Hello, YouTube. Live again today on my channel, Maricopa One. I've been a little bit busy, but I don't want to lie here. This is gonna be a live that's gonna be really real. It's gonna be about my life. It's gonna be about my current situation. It's gonna talk about topics like sex, um, mental illness, um, faith. Um, and things like that, and my journey, if I can put it in 2 hours, this is gonna be like an hour or so, maybe 2 hours. Who knows? Because this is this is a hobby, but it is, people do turn this into a source of income, into YouTube podcasts, blogs, live blogs. So we'll see. Well, yeah, I'm just enjoying my coffee. Hmm. Think about it. Just excuse me, I'm really enjoying this coffee. It's really good. Straight coffee is the best. It just has that mature taste, but it takes time. Like if you want to get your own thing, like your own you want to make your own shot, your own recipe, pretty much. Um, I don't know. I use a kettle. I use like a coffee pot. I don't have a coffee machine yet. I mean, I do, but I never turn it on. My God, the straight coffee is the best. With three spoonfuls of sugar. I put this much sugar in it. Three of these. But yeah, on the 25th, I turned 27. That was last month. The older you get, nobody really. It's up to you to make up your own life and do your own shit. It's like you're an adult. Nobody's gonna cheer you up if you don't cheer yourself up. If you don't do anything with your life, if you don't have a job, if you don't have aspirations, if you don't have clear goals, if you don't have a routine, you're not getting that birthday celebration. If you haven't supported your friend, you're just not getting it. You can get a happy birthday. They'll tell you happy birthday, but you won't get no. Especially if you're a man. Oh my God, this coffee's so good. pretty much done with it. I'll get up later to serve myself some more coffee. But yeah, I don't want to. Like I hack my own body language. You don't know how crazy that shit is. I'll hack my mind, my own body language. I've done a lot of things to hack myself. Like, I think a lot. I think a lot. But yeah, uh, what's up? This is life. Me at 27. At 27, I don't know how old I look, but some people, they say you look young. You look. I'm 27. 27 is not. You're not 20 anymore. You're not 19. You're not 18. But you're not 30. You're not 35. So it's like really, it's an age where you should be having fun. You should be accomplishing your goals. You should be reaching deadlines. You should be on top of things. You should be in a relationship. You should be at a very fulfilling moment in your life, especially if you have the resources, if you have the support, if you have the background, if you have a family to do so. You should be doing those things. But yeah, but like I said, this podcast, this live is gonna be a little bit more just real, just raw, ultimately. Yeah. But yeah, the thing about me, man, I can go a long time without physically having sex with a woman. It's just that I don't jerk off. I jerk off quite often. But man, like that part of me, like that toughness to not be with another being or a woman is so strong. Like it's so no, like it's strong. Like I can go forever. And that's not really healthy. It's not realistic. It's not what God intended for me. But it's the truth. It's the truth. Not that I'm proud of it, but it's the truth. But I'm like really positive person. Like I like all types of music. I like Arabic music. I like bossa nova. I like old school pop, new school pop, old school, new school pop from Japan. Uh, I don't like salsa music, but I like the catchiness to it. Like I don't know how to describe that. Like I don't like it, so I can't be. I'm not passionate about it. Like I am Dominican, but like I don't like. I think that it's like instilled in me. It's something that's engraved in me. So if I would have to be like amongst people like listening to salsa, bachata, merengue, like I would have to like almost like play along, like go along to get along to go along. But I don't. I like the catchiness of it. Like it's very. It's a very like logical type of feeling. It's like, you know, it's not deep, but it is, and it is instilled in me. It is deeply rooted. But yeah, man, it's hard to like go without sex and be without it. All I think about is sex. Like I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like sex at this age is so important. It's so like central to the human experience, to being a man, to feeling fulfilled. Like I feel like this moment in my life is supposed to be without filters, without like any, how would they say, any rose-colored glasses. He wants everything in my life to be totally transparent, you know. But yeah, uh, and I don't want to like jump, to things. But yeah, so come from a Dominican family, born and raised in New York. I started going to the basketball hoops, or to the basketball court around like when I was like 8. Since I was like 8, I had to say, because I had like a big growth spurt from like 7 to 8. So once I was like 8, I must have been like around 5 feet when I was like 8. So that was about the only time I was like taller than kids. Was when I was like 8. But from like 11, 12, 13, like I stopped. I'm like around 5'10". So that's when I saw like other kids outgrow me, like in terms of height. That was always wide. Not like severely wide, just wide. I don't have the smallest waist, but God did give me looks. I love the way I look. I don't think I look bad at all. I think I look good. Like if you look at me, I'm pretty attractive. Nah, I think I'm pretty attractive. I think I can get any girl, any woman, anything. But yeah. Um but yeah, so I started going to the basketball court when I was like 8. I went religiously for like 5 years of my life. Man, and I love that freedom. I love the freedom of going to that basketball court. Because it says New York, concrete jungle. So I went to the basketball court. I had amazing handles. And um, I was good. I was a good little basketball player. Like I could shoot hoops. Like I was that little fat kid that had the handles, that had the little jump shot, that had the little layup. I had some mean ass handles. Like I had like hot sauce, freaking and one handles back in the days, and I still do, but like I'm just like overweight. Not severely. Like if you look at me like, oh, you can take care of that like in a year, 2 years. In under 2 years, like I can be like at a healthy weight, like at 190, 180, 200. But my body it was made to have a lot of muscle, a lot of weight. My body wasn't made for like to be like a healthy, like extremely like thin and fit, like 150, 160. I was made to have like really compound movements, not like, you know. But when I did go to the gym, I always did cardio. I did cardio for like an hour. I love doing cardio, man. I love doing cardio. I started going to the gym when I was like 16. I lost a lot of weight. I must have gone down to like 215 pounds. 215 pounds for like, I was like 5'10" at the time. And I stopped growing like when I was like 17. I stopped growing. But I remember like I would wake up and I would be like 6 feet, 6 feet, 5'11". But the fatter you get, the more gravity pushes you down. So you'll find that your spine will compress faster actually because of all that weight that you have on your torso and all the weight that you have that's tugging on your spine, on your hips. If you have a lot of weight in your hips, on your pelvis, because you got your pelvis, your hips, your legs. If you got a lot of weight there, it'll tug down on your spine. So you go from this and not having to shrink so much. So if you go from this and like, let's say like you're like 200 pounds, 180, 5'10", 5'9", you only shrink this much throughout the day. Like just pay attention to this little line right here. Like you go from this to like here. Not even that much, probably unnoticeable. But if you're overweight, if you're like 300 pounds, 400 pounds, you'll go from waking up like right here to that little dot to shrinking down aggressively, like 2 inches during the day. You'll like shrink. Whereas if you're skinny, gravity doesn't fight so much against you because there's not a lot of weight to tug on your spine. So you'll stay that height, you'll stay taller. You actually wake up 1 to 2 inches taller during the morning. And a lot of people don't believe it, but it's true. Just get a ruler, get like a construction tape, construction tape roller, and one of those long ass construction rollers, and just do it 12 by 12, 1 feet, 2 feet, 24 inches, 36 inches, 48 inches, 60 inches, 72 inches, 84 inches. Although 84 inches is quite is aggressive, like that's like 6'5". No, I'm like 71 inches in height. Most basketball players are like 80 inches. That's like 6'5". But yeah, I'm about to serve myself some more coffee. So good. I wish I had chocolate though. I forgot the name of that coffee. I want to buy that. Maybe I can come on here on YouTube and speak about that. Ghirardelli. Ghirardelli. The Ghirardelli sweet ground powder, chocolate and cocoa. Chocolate powder. I want to buy that. Put it on my coffee. Maybe I can buy myself a coffee machine. You know, when I don't know, like it's tough. Like not having sex is tough. Like you think better, you breathe better, your rhythm, you have like your heart beats of like a better rhythm. Sex is good. Sex is healthy. I find myself like if I express myself, like truly, like just like those little things, like having like no cap, like I'm trying to have right now, is difficult. Like my mouth will start like to dry up. I will get like cotton mouth. It'll be like chewing on sand almost. It's tough, bro. Not having sex is tough, man. Like your body is not as hydrated as like those like those pheromones that make you produce those, that make you secrete like water that like make your tongue wet and keep you like full of like those emotions that make you feel healthy, or like just make your mouth water and make you like not like water like oh like you're sick and like you have pneumonia or some shit, but just when you speak, it's almost like I don't know how to explain it. I don't know exactly how to explain it. Like if you catch, already have said it. Your body secretes, your tongue secretes happy. You know, it's just the way that my body functions. But yeah, I started going to the gym like around 16. I lost a lot of weight. I went from like 330 pounds to 215 in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like in the span of 9 months. Yeah, pretty much in the span of 9 months. Because I started going in September of 2012, and by the time it was my birthday around June, I had lost like 200, like 150, 115 pounds. I lost a lot of weight. Since I was going religiously, I used to go every day, mainly to do cardio. So my first year in the gym was just doing cardio. And I would continue to go throughout July, August, September, October, and November of that following year. But I think I stopped going like around December of 2013. Like I think that's like when I stopped going, like December, and then I was like off. Like when 2014 hit, January, February, May, March, April, and then I picked it back up again. That was around May. I remember too the day. It was like May the 17th, May the 22nd. Around those days, I remember my one of my uh family members was here, and I just remember like I just picked it back up again. Like I had that drive, I had that motivation. So I picked it back up again, started going. Wow, I was going to school because I was in high school at that time, and I was making up credits. So for 2013, 2014, 2015, I was always making up credit in school because I had left back 1 year, and man, what was I doing? Like in the ninth grade, I was like 15. I was 15, man. I was like 5'7", just really wide, bulky. I was like turning into like a little man. The thing is that I had a pretty deep voice. Like I had a pretty deep voice when I was like 15. It was as deep as it is now. So it was like, so it was like I look like a little man. Like if you were to look at me, it was like, yo, like you're older. Like you look like you're 19 and 20 and 21 or some shit. So I had like, cause like when my voice started to develop, I was like 14, and I was like I was like in the eighth grade. But my voice really started. I think it started to develop as early like as 14. But like it actually started when I was like 13, right when I came back from the Dominican Republic, because we had my family and we had to take a vacation that year in 2009 for the summer. So when I came back, my voice started to get deep, but it started to get even more deep when I was like 14. That's when it sound like right now, like I would sound like I don't have much recordings. Those aren't like I wasn't, I don't have all I have is pictures really. I have a couple of pictures when I was like 14. See how my voice sounded like. But yeah, I'm about to serve myself some coffee. But yeah, so I picked it back up again, and the routine was how my day would go. I would wake up, go to school, which is literally right around the corner. It's right over there. My school is like 5 blocks away. It's like 5 blocks and one hill and one giant hill away. It's literally right there. It's literally within the community. But to get there, you either had to take the train, you had to take one stop over there, or um, you have to go up the hill to get over there. So yeah. So yeah, so that's how my day was like. I would go to school, and I was like a straight. I wasn't like you know. I had to say like overall I was like a B plus student. Um, I scored decently in my Regents exams. But yeah, so I would wake up. I did not have breakfast. Sometimes I would either buy a Arizona or Gatorade or some water because and that was it. And I would look forward to lunch because lunch was when they served you good ass food. So I would either have Arizona or Gatorade, or they would have like some juice at school. Or because the thing is that the plumbing was so bad in that school, the water would taste like shit, man. The water used to taste like it had plaster in it, man. That water was so dirty, but for some time I would drink it. But for my junior year, sophomore year, I would not touch that water because it tastes so bad. But yeah, so that's how my day would go, man. I would wake up, brush my teeth, or take a shower, or the night before I used to take a shower, and I would go to school, man. I put on my fatigues on, my sneakers on. I used to have like three pairs of sneakers. I didn't, I wouldn't say that I was not spoiled, but I wouldn't say that I was like a rich kid. But I wouldn't say that, in today's world, you have the luxury of still having that middle class experience, although you're technically poor, you still have that experience of traveling, of food, restaurants, medical accommodations, medical amenities, actually, because there's still, you still have good health care, um, having a computer, your mom having, your parents having the ability to save up some money, save up like at least like $1,000 or $1,500, buying you a very good desktop computer with Windows on it, having an Xbox, video games. So and even having cell phones, which my little sister, she did have a cell phone, and my big sister, they all had smartphones, sidekicks. You still have these amenities. You still have, a good friendships, good convenient friendships. You know, although they say that you're technically poor, you still, all your needs are met. All your needs are met emotionally. Um, all your needs are fucking met, man. I don't know. I don't know if there's like in today's world, like you're poor because you decide to be poor. Like if you want to stay at a shelter, it's because you want to. Like I don't know what type of financial incentive you have to stay at a shelter. That's because you want to in today's world, man. But yeah, like I would say that I had the middle class experience. I had a decent middle class experience growing up. And we made when we went overseas to DR, Dominican Republic.
we didn't have air conditioning, but it was still the experience. Although we had to deal with the sweltering heat, we got used to it. And not every day was like super hot because the weather is like it's not that bad. And we had fans. It's not we the thing is that too is that we went to resorts. Like when I was a kid growing up, we got to go to resorts. My mother had the financial ability not only to give us vacations and we can go on trips, but we went to resorts. Bro, I went to resorts probably like around four times, bro. Like four times we went to resorts, man. And we our first one we stood there for like about 4 days. 4 day trips and resorts. We were a family of six. We were we had it all, man. We didn't have a car, but that didn't stop us. It didn't hinder us. It didn't hinder our relationships. It didn't hinder our connections. It didn't hinder who we met in life. It didn't hinder our direction in life. It didn't hinder who we saw ourselves as in life. It didn't do anything. Like we didn't have cars. Like I'm from New York, But I would say that God really did bless me with a lot of luxurious experiences. Although we didn't have a car, we didn't have, the best means. Like at the resorts that we would go to resorts, but we had to stay in the place where we stood at. It was at my mom's house. Because she has real estate over there in Dominican Republic, so we would stay there, and there would be no air conditioner. We had fans, and the light came. The light, the electricity is not abundant. Like it will like leave. Like it will leave. But other than that, we still had those luxurious experiences. Because I would go to my great auntie. I would go to her house and I would be there for like a week or so. I would be there for like 3 days, 4 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. She had air conditioner. Man, I was well fed. And again, so I wouldn't say like uh so I would say I don't got nothing to complain about. Like I got nothing to complain about. All the things that I've done to myself has been because of me. It hasn't been because of anybody else. It's been because of me. It's been because of that, my misdirected strength as a man and my misdirected, I have a lot of misdirected strength, a lot of it, you know, and that could even turn into misdirected masculinity, which is something that you don't want, you know. So just don't let it go there. But yeah, man, I had it very good growing up, man. I can't complain. I cannot complain from the mother that God gave me, the father that God gave me. Although I have a mother that could have, had better for herself, because by the age that she was like 24, she was like 24, 26, 27, she had her own business. She had her own business. She had her own salon at that age. And she was an immigrant. She came to this country when she was like 15, you know? And my mom, she worked at I think it was like Delaney Street in Brooklyn. She worked in, I think it was like a pastry factory, or like it was like an embroidery factory, all the way from like 15 to, what was it? All the way from 15 to, what age did she work at the embroidery factory? Probably until she was like around 20 or 19. Because when she was like 20 or 19, that's when she started to take up hair, being involved in the hair industry. She was a hairstylist. And so she took that up and she taught my aunt how to do that. And so throughout the late 80s and throughout the 90s and throughout the 2010s, pretty much her whole the that whole chunk of her, the rest of her adult life, and her youth, that's her profession. That's what she would do. She was a hairstylist, and she was one of the best respected and one of the best, at her job. Being an immigrant, that's a huge milestone. Like, that's a huge blessing. Especially when you're in New York and you're doing that yourself. You own your own business, your own salon, and you're a hairstylist. Because the thing is that by the time my mom was 22, she had her own living space, you know, and definitely by the time she was 24, because she used to live with my aunt. And so they had like a 3-year battle of whether my aunt was going to live here, she was going to live here, and she won that battle. And so my aunt, she moved next door. She moved like one block away, literally like right around the corner, right above where the salon is, actually, where the salon used to be. And my mom lived here. It's a nice 4-bedroom apartment, one kitchen, one bathroom. And the rent is still fairly low where I live. It was low income. That's like $915, $962. That's how much it is now. But yeah, I can't complain, man. I had all the experiences, because not only did I got to go to the resorts like 4 times during my childhood, but I got to go to weddings. We got invited to weddings. Like, I must have I've been to like 4 weddings. I'm not here to complain about what God has given other people, but I've been to 4 weddings. When everything is connected, it's like, for all that energy that I didn't put academically, or that I didn't feel academically, although I did enjoy my academic studies, God wanted me to have those experiences. all those ceremonious, celebratory moments, celebratory experiences of life. So man, I got to oh, like, so I've had a good life. I will say that, bro. Like, I've had an amazing life, an amazing youth, amazing childhood, bro. I went to my whose wedding did I go to? I went to my cousin's wedding, Truman the first. And then I went to my uncle's wedding, Nagai. Then I went to my aunt's wedding, like my aunt, great cousin, great aunt Vicky. Her name is Vicky. I went to Vicky's wedding, and I can't. Oh yeah, and I went to one of my those great friendships like around the community. I went to one of his name is Jeffrey. I went to one of Jeffrey's family members' weddings. I went to one of his weddings, and I went to like I must have been like at least like three graduations, like three college graduations throughout my life. I went to Vicky's. Which one? Which else one did I go to? I went to Vicky's wedding. No, no, I went to Vicky's graduation. I went to her husband's graduation. Where else? And I think I got invited to go to. I got an invitation to go to one of the Columbus University graduations. Columbia University when I was in middle school. We got invited to go to one of those. So not only am I like a part of these experiences, but I was also blessed because my mother gave me those experiences. We went to resorts in my native land, like where I come from, like full of like luxury, air conditioned rooms with TV. Although my parents, they didn't really like they didn't let us see TV much. I don't know why. My dad, what the fuck? He didn't let us see TV. Like he just wanted to turn out the lights as soon as we got to the room, and he didn't. But that was just him being the best parent he could be. He still did not want us to get our asses or our heads in the clouds. So as far as the rooms, like we were just there to sleep. But as because we were because as soon as the morning hit, it was like, let's go chop chop, time to go to breakfast. After breakfast, we lasted the whole day in the pool, and my big sister would like chaperone, look after my little sister, or look after me if she needed to. And we went to the beach. We got to go to the beach like every other week. I don't like fish though. I hate fish. I don't know why they only serve fish. I don't remember them having like grilled chicken. These are first world issues. I don't remember them having like if you have first world issues, if you can't identify them, please, because Just because you didn't grow up with cars or with the best luxury cars or like the best luxury living, luxury living, doesn't mean that you are still not surrounded with wealth. Quite literally, just you're still surrounded with wealth. You know, even today, like I still have some wealth because I've invested in stocks. I still have my little HP Spectra 360 computer laptop. I have my TV. I have my Xbox. I don't have a car. I don't have a Rolex. I don't wear the Balenciagas. I'm not in the best shape. I still feel good about myself. I still feel happy. You know, I don't fly first class. I don't have an American Express. I don't have a Chase Bank Sapphire Preferred. I don't drink. You know, I would like to drink wine. I love wine, bro. Like I would love to like have my own car after work, essentially. Go to Whole Foods with a couple of with my girlfriend's friends or with my in-laws or with my family, with my sister. Bring along my nephews and nieces. Go eat at Whole Foods and then go buy some wine and come back home and celebrate. Have a hell of an evening. Like, bro, I can't complain, bro. Like, I just can't, bro. Like, I had like one of the best upbringings ever, bro. Although, we'll get to the other. I can't complain, bro. I can't. I gotta give all the grace to God. I've had it all, bro. I've had it all. Even the health. I have amazing health, bro. I'm gonna go serve myself some coffee. I'll be right back.
I'm back. Just like that. Just like that. Life at 27. Ah, this coffee's good. I have a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be happy for. Life is good. It could be better. I'm lying, bro. Life is terrible as fuck right now. I'm miserable, man. Uh, I'm missing a lot of sex. A lot of sex, a lot of warm, tender love. You know what it is that like I have not like respected it for what it is. Sex is not, God has offered me a lot of sex. Well, he's offered me a lot of sex, a lot of love in the form of sex. And I've had a lot of romance too. And I can't complain because of that at all. This coffee's good. This coffee's really good. Me and my first world issues. Mm. I must have lasted like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Serving myself coffee for that long. I think a lot. So I was like, I think a lot. All these mundane little things, they hurt me. If you don't extend my being or make me a better man, or they don't, man. God has just wanted me to have a lot of love at the right time, at the right place, with the right people, in the right way. Coffee's good. I don't want it to get any colder, so I'm not gonna put it like aside. I'm gonna keep talking. But yeah, man, 4 weddings, 3 graduations. I even went to like a football game once. I must have been like 14 when I went with it, when I went to that football game. Like 14, 13 with one of my old friends that, I haven't seen him in like 5 years, but, it's because he's out there living his own life in his own situation and building his own family. That's life. That's life. Those things happen often. But yeah, man. So that's what my childhood looked like. I don't know about your childhood, but that's what my childhood looked like. A lot of blessings, a lot of good things, a lot of celebrations, a lot of happiness, a lot of love. And even for my teachers would take care of me, would take care of me as if I was their own son. You know, I had some really caring teachers, man. I had some really caring teachers. Like the last teacher that really cared about me must have been Mrs. Maggie. Mrs. Maggie, Mrs. Maggie and Mrs. Salgado, they really, really, in terms of English, in terms of my outlook, in terms of my intellect, in terms of my creativity, they really impacted me. When I look at it today, like having that white teacher, like first I had a Hispanic. My first teachers were all Hispanic, and then my sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade teacher was white. Then I would continue to have more white teachers when I was high school was the best though. My high school years, I couldn't complain either, bro. Like I was, even though I was like with the, I can't complain. Like I wasn't part of the varsity, but I was fit throughout my high school years. Cause when sophomore year came around, I had sophomore year, then I had my junior year, then I had senior year. I was just fit, man. I couldn't do a pull up, but like I can hold myself up for like a minute. I can hold myself up. I did a lot of cardio. I did jump rope, and then I would do weight training. I would train chest, shoulders, legs, back, quads, bicep, tricep, rhomboids. But one thing I never liked was cardio. I always did cardio because there was a lot of guys that didn't do cardio. Like the most big guys that didn't have like a problem with weight, they wouldn't do. I mean, they would hit cardio, but just not as often, because they were already fit and they probably did other things to lose those calories. Like they were probably good at basketball. They probably played football and probably did cardio like that. Coffee's good. Yeah, man. A lot of good, and even school trips, man. Even school trips. Like I can't complain. Like I'll have like the best school trips, man. The best school trips. We would go to the Bronx Zoo. We would go to, where would you go? We would go like to restaurants because I remember I was they called it SEM. I was in this SEM program where kids would go to like it was like extra curriculum activities, but they were fun because you got to cook, you got to learn about music, you got to learn about art. But it was like it was the normal curriculum, but when you had SEM, it was like glorified. It was a glorified experience, which was better. It went really into depth. Like it wanted to see
it really wanted to like test the kid's character and wanted to like instill and um create character, like breed character within the students and out of the students. It really did that for a lot of kids. A lot of kids found themselves in those little programs. I mean, I didn't. I was just like anything I always like tiptoed around things. Not like tiptoed, but I wasn't. I just didn't know my worth. Like I didn't know that God, it just wasn't my time yet. When I was like 12, 13, and 14. But SEM, man, SEM was the best, man. Yeah, we got to go to restaurants. We got to go to the Bronx Zoo. We got to go to the park in really nice places. Like we went to the park like around Central Park, I think it was. It was like this park around Central Park, and we had like these two white teachers. It was with Mr. Wallub and with Mrs. Maggie, and I think it was like this other teacher. I think maybe Mrs. like Reyes was there, or something like that, or the assistant teacher was with us with like it must have been like 18 kids because there wasn't a lot of kids. I mean, there was like 18 kids in Mrs. Maggie's class. Sometimes it would be as little as 12, and in some of the other classes it would be like upwards like 40 kids, 50 kids learning in those big classes. That was I went to 278. That's Paula Habavni. She died of cancer. I think she was related to like Mrs. Reyes or something. She was either related to Mrs. Reyes or Mrs. Guido. Mrs. Reyes was Puerto Rican. Mrs. Guido was like Irish descent. She looks very, very rich, very accomplished lady. I just remember her. Like she would wear like these fine like business attire, like business jacket, like with her slacks on, her shoes on. She would come in like with a cardigan sometimes, like in when it was like spring, and she would like wear that when she was like in the like throughout winter. Like she would have a cardigan, her glasses, nice fine jewelry, Mrs. Guido. She would have like these. Sometimes I think she would even have like fine watches. Sometimes, yeah, she would have watches. She would have like those leather strap watches, but sometimes she had like Seikos or Citizens on. Yeah, man, Mrs. Guido was very well put together. Mrs. Guido. I don't know. That could be like an Italian last name, Guido. Yeah, it's Italian. One of the likely homonyms in Germanic Guido, representing the Latinization, Latinization of the old High German name Guido or Guido, which meant wood, that is, forest. Another likely homonym for the Italian Guido from the Latin root for guide. It says here, you search up the Guido meaning in Google, a man, especially an Italian American, regarded as vain, aggressively masculine, and socially unsophisticated. So yeah, man. But Mrs. Guido, she really like represented herself. I wouldn't say that she, she was really about, about her business, and but she was like really loving towards the girls and really, really like commanding. Not like, she was assertive towards the boys and more soft and loving towards the girls. But I remember it was like such a sweet, warm, and loving community. Not really. I was like, I was a boy. I had enemies, man. I had one enemy. I think school was really, really simple for me up until the sixth grade, sixth, seventh grade, sixth, seventh, eighth grade. School was really easy for me. But yeah, man, that's Mrs. Guido. She had an office. She had an office to herself. She had like this big office to herself with this. I think it was like this glass oval table, like this glass office table with a computer on it, her papers on it. Man, she looked very well educated. Mrs. Guido, man, Mrs. Guido. Because I remember it was I went to the school close to it. I went to the school that was right connected to it. I went to PS18 for like at least a year, and they switched. They had to switch. Um, they had to switch. I had to switch. I went with Mrs. Pichardo and Mrs. Brady. I was in Mrs. Brady's class for like. 'Cause I think I had to go to summer school. I was forced to do summer school for some reason. Because I started going there when I was like six. Because when I was like three, I went to therapy. I needed speech therapy because I had like delayed speech. Because I had the way that I learned was a little bit different. So I had to go to speech therapy because when I was three I couldn't speak. But when I was like five I could speak. And I could speak a little bit too much. But yeah, so man, I need something to drink right now. Like I need a beverage, bro. I'm trying not to eat. I don't want to get overweight. Oh, I get head rushes a lot. Like if I stretch and I put my head down too quick without really like slowing down the motion. Like if I just like put my head back and go like this, just go right back to normal. Like if I'm like this and I go like this, like I will get like a head rush. Like all the blood in my head will like leave. Like it'll flush down. So I have to go like this and I have to go really, really slowly and literally stop every time I move a little. And then little by little, and get back to normal. As I will have like this head rush, like all the blood would drain from my head and my brain. And that's not good. But yeah, man. Yeah, so we had SEM, really good experiences. SEM, we went on the field trips. We had those deep, conversations with the students, with your colleagues, with your classmates during those SEM periods. You got to find that a lot of the special kids had more unique values than the kids in the normal classes. They had a lot of unique values. And they were more eccentric. They were more commanding. They were more assertive. They were even more creative. I wouldn't say that there was a lot, I mean, they still had their talents like the normal class kids, but you just didn't. They weren't quite apparent as they were with the special ed kids. But yeah, man. So yeah, so school was like good. I used to get decent grades. I passed all my classes. And by the time I was in sixth grade, man, I was like my first bully. Because the thing about me is that I had a bully and a friend and an enemy and an admirer at the same time. This guy was just a fucking lunatic, man. He was crazy because he would like we were friends at the same time. Like I'm not too sure like if anybody would like be make friends with the enemies, but I would make friends with him because I was just so spiritual because me growing up with so much siblings, I know what it is to get knocked up upside the head or like um thrown to the ground and getting your shit busted in, getting your face punched in. I know what it is. So I was like, I never freaked out really. I was always composed. Because the thing was that, there's a beginning and there's an end. So the first day I was like a little kid, I was like a little 12, 11-year old in the sixth grade. And here comes Ruben with his basketball. He was just like launched them at my head, like full force, full speed. Because I don't think this kid ever grew up with siblings. So he just had a really big ego about him, man. He just had a really big ego. He would like throw them and bounce it off my head. Like he would like boom, like full force with like every with all his might, all his boom. Man, and that went on for like at least like 2 years. And throughout that time, I was just a kid. Again, it was those experiences. We got to go during those years. Those were the computer years, and those were the Xbox years. So I was just going to the basketball court. I was on the PSP. I was on. We had a PS2. My dad didn't bother to buy us a lot of games, so we would actually have. My cousin George would lend us games, and I would play PS2. I would go to the basketball court. I would play a lot of basketball. Here and there, some football. And those were the years where we had, a lot of deep connections, a lot of, President George. He would, he would be in the city. He was a big handball player. George loved to play handball, man. And I will go with George to play handball. I used to take my basketball. George would have like $20, $30 on him, and George will go because George, he did a lot of errands too. Like his dad was he worked at a water distillation, a water heating facility. So that's what he would do. And the mom would take care of kids. His mom was fairly young. He had a young mother. She had him when she was like 22. So yeah. But George was like 16, 15. So, so those were the years where we were with George a lot. And George would ride bikes. He would play baseball. Yeah, those were like the little league years. Like I would play baseball with George. I would be in little league. I would play basketball. So yeah, so there wasn't a shortage of any experiences or any fun. I had a lot of things to do when I was a kid. I would go to school, play sports, play PS2. By the time I was 12, or like, yeah, by the time I was 12, we bought an Xbox. The prior year to that, our Xbox had been stolen, and George was living with us. I don't know if he had anything to do with that, or if he knew prior that I was going to be stolen, but that's what happened. But yeah, man, just Ruben, man. Ruben. Because I don't know what it was with Ruben that made him throw those basketballs at my head full speed. Like he's used to do it. He used to do it all throughout gym class. All throughout gym class. And he had the thing about Ruben is that he had a lot of will. He had a lot of will, man. He had a lot of willpower. He had a lot of you will not beat me. I will fuck you up. Like you can't touch me. He had a lot of that, man. And I also had a lot of that, but I grew up with three other siblings and two parents and a whole big ass extended family. Like, you think I didn't get beat up? You think I didn't beat up my little sister? You didn't? You think I didn't have to like take? You didn't? You don't think I had to take on my big brother? Like, you don't think I had to take on my big sister? You don't think I got my shit beat by my mom? I would get my shit beat by my mom regularly. Mom, like I was the most beat out of my siblings because I always did what I wanted to do. I always did what I wanted to do, and I never did what my mother wanted me to do. Although I did do a lot of things for my mom, I just didn't do what she wanted me to do. Like I was like 6 years old. Like I would cook my mom breakfast in bed. Like although like you know, I would have like eggs, toast, scrambled eggs, toast, pancakes, grilled cheese. I was pretty handy when I was like six. I was six doing those things, but all those privileges got taken away when I was like when I was like 6 or 7. Because when I was like 6, 7, because my sisters, they, those were their responsibilities. But yeah, but I don't know, man. Just Ruben, man. Because the thing is that not only did I have like an enemy, but I also had like a friend. I had a friend, you know. But the thing is that the teachers didn't care. Teachers didn't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They kind of like that shit. They kind of like that shit. Because I was still a gifted kid. Because I could draw. I used to play on my little tech deck. I would memorize a lot of the things that they taught me. I was good in English. I was a good storyteller. I was good in math. Although I had a lot of enemies in school. I had a lot of like Ruben was my frenemy more than my enemy. He was more my frenemy than my enemy. I'd say, but never my friend. Ruben was never my friend. He was my frenemy and then my enemy. But yeah, man, just and the thing is that I didn't do anything about it. It's just that he just had that will about him, man. He had that will, man. He had that bravado. He had it, man. He had it. He had it. He had it. That's what God wanted him to have it, so God gave it to him. He had that bravado, that. Me, nigga. I'll fuck you up. I was like, he had it. But God gives different things to. He gives different things to all his children, and he makes where you're weak in one area, he's gonna make another person strong in that area. Where you're strong in one area, he's gonna make another person weak in that area. So God really did that. So I was just a peaceful kid. I would have to say I was like the most peaceful kids because all I wanted to do was just bounce the basketball and shoot it. That's all I wanted to do. But then Ruben came along. Womp, womp. He did that. He did that throughout the whole gym class. And the gym teacher did not give a fuck. He was a young guy. Mr. Pesky was like 23 years old. And he looks like, ego was a hell of a drug, man. He looks like he was either gonna be because he looked like he went to college. But I do think he said that he went to community college, Mr. Pesky. Um, but yeah, man, he will be on his phone just talking. He will have like his Boost mobile phone, and he would just be talking shit on that goddamn cell phone. And I think he got like a sidekick. But then, like when gym class was over, that's when he started to speak shit. Like he was like, "Hey, class!" Like he took care. He wasn't doing shit. He didn't give a fuck. He did all the remedial gym class bullshit when he needs to. Other than that, he just let us. He let kids get whacked. He let kids whack each other during gym class, and I got whacked. And that lasted throughout the whole gym class. It wasn't just like a one time thing that Ruben would launch basketballs at my head and my skull. That was throughout the whole gym class. That was like multiple times. So gym class was like 1 hour. Ruben must have lasted like every 2 to 5 minutes. Ruben would womp, womp, womp. And when it wasn't that much, it was like extended. The ones that would hurt would be like the ones that were like in 10 to 30 minute or 15 minute intervals. Those really hurt because you thought maybe he would take it easy on me on this day. Maybe he would take it easy. Like, okay, it's just one. It's just one. Maybe Ruben will throw it just one time and that's it. Maybe he'll stop this day. But he never stopped. He never stopped. He just kept on. He just because the thing is that he lets it. Though on those days he would let it build up, and I would like get hopeful like maybe he would stop, but he never stopped. And that those are the ones that hurt the most. Those are the ones that hurt the most because you felt like that time passed by. I'm like, hey, he's not doing it. Maybe he doesn't want to do it. It was like, yeah, yeah. Like so you won't forget. And but yeah, so they came to my house once. They must have come like 3 times. It was William, Ruben, and Ashley. But the thing is that I was such like an angel too, because I think Ashley was like sexually active. Ashley was like 2 years older than me. Don't forget that. That's why. And Ashley wasn't. She wasn't in special ed. But Ashley, she was getting down at that age. Like Ashley, she was older too. When she was because in middle school, when I was in the 6th grade, I must have been like 12. Ashley was like 14, so she was 14, 15, 16. Ashley was old as fuck, man. So Ashley was already sexually active. But since it was middle school, it was nothing. I mean, getting sexually active is those are already adult things. Like you're already an adult. You're responsible for your actions. That's being sexually active is a mature activity with a mature responsibility. So she would I think she would fuck Ruben and William, but she was like a lesbian at the same time. So it was like there was a real situation where she would act like a boy, but she would like still get fucked by some guys in school. But she still like played it off as if she was like just a lesbian, this hardcore lesbian. Meanwhile, all this stuff is going on behind my back, like under the rug, and I'm like so innocent. I was just a kid, man. I was just like a dumb little 12-year old. I wasn't say like a dumb little 12-year old. I was just a kid. Meanwhile, they're having like these hooky parties, like these little sex parties, when they go back home because their parents would be working, and they would have the keys to their apartments, and they would do these things. But yeah, so that was middle school, and then one day came where I lent one of my video games to Ruben. He didn't want to give it back. He didn't want to give it back, so I was like, okay. I was gonna rock him. Like I was like, hey Ruben, like I was so upfront. Like I was like, hey Ruben, do you have my video game? And he just started to laugh, and I was like, yeah, man, this guy doesn't respect me. I tried everything. Like I've tried everything with him. Like he doesn't respect me. He doesn't accept me. It's either kill or be killed, and I just lost it that day. Like I waited until he wasn't looking, and I just rocked him. Bro. I rocked him in his temple. I rocked him. And it was in the locker room because the locker room was the hallway, and so everybody saw it. Everybody saw him get humiliated. Everybody saw him, and he used to have girlfriends too. He was like 13, 14 with girlfriends, man. He would go to the bathroom and he would fuck in the bathroom with some of the girls. Everything. Get head, get fuck in the bathroom. And nobody would say anything, you know?
these things would happen, and they would happen in the bathroom. And none of the teachers said anything. I don't say shit. Because those are issues that are, that are more serious, that are like more personal. So they didn't bother because they're ultra personal, ultra serious things that happen in school. So they just didn't bother. So man, I just got mad one day and I rocked the room and like womp, boop, 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 and he fell down. He hit the locker. He hit the locker door. He fell down, and I just boop boop, and I just looked at him. I just looked in his soul, man, and he was scared. He was scared for his life, man. He was scared. And then I was like, bro, let this be a lesson, bro. Let this shit be a lesson to you, my little guy. Because I was taller than him too. Like, let this be a lesson, Ruben. Let this be a fucking lesson. And after that, he stopped fucking with me. He stopped throwing basketballs at me. Uh, he even stopped, like, calling me names. Because I'd established that respect, that fear. I'd established it with him. He saw that, I was different than him. I was just like him because we were both Dominican kids growing up. He might have had a bit of a different experience, but I come from a family. I come from a big family. I know what war is. I know what it is to get thrown on the floor and get your fucking face stomped, get rocked, bing, 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 and he got a taste. Ruben got a taste of what that felt, and man, he just looked back, man. Was like, man, this guy will fucking eat me alive, man. And that was it. That was it. And I went to gym class. I got to leave home peacefully, and that was it. And just like sometimes, like they will huddle around me, like him, Ashley, and Ruben and William. But it didn't stop there. Like they will like be on some bully shit. But they know that I wasn't really. I wasn't gonna put up with it, and they know that somebody was either gonna die or somebody was gonna get hurt, and they didn't want to take it that far. So that was a you know. But yeah, as far as that, man, there was some kids hooking up, man. They weren't the only kids. Like Ruben wasn't the only kid getting action at that age. You got Barbara. Barbara was hooking up when she was like 12, man. She was like 12, and Brenny was like 14. Because Brenny was my age, and they would hook up. She must have been. Brenny was like in the seventh grade, and she was like in the sixth grade, and they would have like a 3 year relationship. They would have like a good 2 year relationship. But I graduated class in 2011. Brenny would also graduate, and they will make out. We'll make out right there, like right in the outside of the school, right in like in the school corridor. Like they will make out like in the streets, so everybody will see them. She was like 12, 13.
But yeah, the thing that I loved about it was how peaceful things were for me. When I did fuck up Ruben, things were so beautiful. Things were so peaceful. Nobody fucked with me. I didn't, I got to shoot basketball. I got to focus in class. Just, just peaceful. But yeah, man. That's what a lot of my youth looked like. That's what it looked like. A lot of my youth. A lot of your shit kicked in and kicking the shit out of other people. And a lot of first world, a lot of middle class experiences, a lot of luxurious experiences, a lot of ceremonies, a lot of celebrations, a lot of graduations. It still had its highlights. It still had its very good parts, you know. But from like 2005, I say like 2006, 7, and 8, there was a lot of struggle, man. Those were, so I think, no, the early years was like 2008, 2010. Those were the early years. A lot of sports and computers and stuff like that. That was like 2003 to 2009. Because even before we had a Dell Inspiron, the 2005, 2006 edition desktop. We had like Windows Vista on it. Yeah, we had like Windows Vista on it. We had a computer. And during those times, it was a school, hanging out with George, going to the basketball court, baseball sometimes. But all that baseball was like for kids that really found themselves for it, that really had that bravado. I had bravado, but I wasn't, if I had bravado, I would make a lot of enemies, you know. But God still, still blessed me with a lot of creative talent, a lot of creative art, a lot of intelligence. He still gave it to me. But I remember I was like in little league throughout like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I think even like throughout I was like 11 years old actually. I was in little league. So I was in little league a lot. But I think I was a good batter in little league. But the thing is that the coach was like test you a lot. So sometimes he would put me like in outfield, and I don't think I did the best in outfield. But I was a good batter, and I used to love playing catch. They never put me as a pitcher because to be a pitcher, you really either had to be chosen to be a pitcher, or you had to like do something. Your dad would have to speak to the coach, or your big cousin had to speak to you, had to speak to the coach. Like
hey, put this kid as a pitcher, like he's good. I was a great pitcher, man. I want to say I don't remember pitching much, but I just remember loving to play catch. Like I had an arm for that. I think I had a really good arm for playing catch. I don't remember much about pitching. I don't remember much about pitching. I was like, I must have been like 8 years old, and George was like 14. Maybe if I told George, like if I would get to speak to George and be like, hey, do you remember when I was in little league? Like, what positions did I play? 'Cause I just remember batting. I remember batting at one time because I had to wear a cup too. We wear cups, so I remember I got hit in my thigh once by like a 60 miles per hour ball. It was like he must have been like 10. I was, but yeah, man, those were amazing experiences. But yeah, man, come high school years, I was fat. I used to love eating Popeyes. I used to love eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. Right after school, I would come home, play Xbox 360. I had Modern Warfare 2. I had Halo. I had Battlefield. And I would love playing those things, man. I would love playing Battlefield, Halo. Man, it was the best. 'Cause my mom would be working, and so my dad wasn't home. And so I would come home from school, especially during high school, during my freshman and sophomore year, and I would just play games, man. I would just play video games. I was like 14 to 15. Those were the hardcore gaming years, man. Hardcore gaming years. Like I played. I didn't play. I wasn't the best at MLG at battle games, battle stars, whatever the hell you call them, battle games. I used to be good. I used to be a decent scrimmer. I used to play a lot of scrims. I used to play a lot of private lobbies and MW2. I was decent. I wasn't the best, you know. But I was a good player, you know. Eventually, you know, I was a good quick scoper. I used to play out of scrims. It was fun, man. It was fun playing those video games because you know it didn't last long. The video games because at 16 I would start going to the gym, but from like 14 to 15, oh man, those were the uh, actually it was like from 12 to 15. 12 to 15 were like the Cinderella years in terms of Xbox and eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. I would come home, my mom would either cook or my dad will give me like $6 or like $10 on Fridays. And I will make some money doing some errands, you know, going to the supermarket for my mom, going to the bodega to get stuff to eat so she can cook it. Or my sister could cook. Cook.
Yeah, that's how I would make errands. And when come let's go to come and I was like, yeah, I'll just do a lot of errands, man. And I got like three, $2, $5, $6 doing errands. And then from that money, I would eat my ass off at either Popeye's chicken during. Because the thing is that I used to like ditch school, but I would never get caught. I would always get caught in school because I used to go and eat my ass off. I was like literally like, bro, like I just had teachers that looked out for me, that looked out for my good health, looked out for my diet, like what I was like literally eating. They just like looked after me, man. Like they didn't like let me do it anyways. Like although I wanted to do it, because that was a big theme throughout my freshman year. Like I would like literally like leave the premises, and truancy would let me do it. Like the school guards, the school police, they would let me do it. And sometimes you even had NYPD in there because the students were so filled with testosterone and violence within them. Because a lot of kids were in relationships, they were fucking a lot of girls. A lot of guys were fucking each other's girls. Like it is so easy to fuck in high school. Like you don't know how easy it is. All you have to do is just have a conversation and slap somebody's ass or grab a chick's ass and just hold their hand, speak with her, speak nothing, speak fucking sweet nothings into her, and you end up fucking, and that was it. You know, that was it. Either you were in a relationship, or she was just a little, a little sleep around, a little, a little hoe. I don't know why I hesitated when saying that. A little hoe. She was just either a little hoe. So yeah, that would happen in high school. Like and I saw blood, dude. Dude, I saw blood in high school. Like guys would shed blood over girls. Like they will get into bloody fistfights over these girls in high school. Like you don't know, like even like you can be anybody, you could get that. Like this is so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Uh, high school was something else, man. High school was special. High school was special, bro. High school, because the thing is that when I lost the weight when I was like 16, and I turned, I turned 18 in high school. I was like an 18-year-old senior. Yeah, by the time I was like an 18-year-old senior, and that's pretty common where I come from. Like you'll find a lot of 18-year-old seniors. But throughout those years, I would find myself with the varsity team inside the gym, like the guys that played basketball, the guys that played baseball. They had a lot of fucking ego, man. A lot of fucking ego, bro. A lot of fucking ego. But I wouldn't say that the guys who played baseball. The guys who played basketball had more ego than the guys who played baseball. The guys who played basketball had more egos than the guys who played basketball. Baseball, I mean. But the guys who played baseball, they were just humble, man. They were just. I would go to the gym and they were like, "Hey, man, you using that? Hey, man, what's up? Hey, hey, man, what's up? Like, can I work out with you?" And it was like that. It was just very humbling experiences, like very, humbling. It was just humbling, like very, very like culturally, very, millennial Gen Z. I was born in '96, so I'm like at the launch pad here for Gen Z. I would say that. I mean, man, I grew up with Nintendo computers. I grew up with a Nintendo and a computer. You know, I may not have like a fucking leap pad, but when I was like 4 years old, when I was like 4, we had computers, man. When I was like, it must have been when I was like 3, we had them, and we were on fucking Disney Channel, PBSKids.com. We had a big fucking analog computer. We had that for some time. I think my mom brought the analog computer. I don't know. I think it must have been when I was like 7 or like 5. Because I just remember being like a little toddler and seeing this big ass computer and having this big ass computer. And my mom would like use it. My mom never learned how to use a computer. She always struggled. It was always my big sister, my bigger brother who knew how to use a computer. But yeah, it was just one of these big clunky ass box computers. I don't know what year she brought it, but she brought it and we had it. And I had it when I was a kid, and then we eventually threw it out because it did get viruses. And then we had after that we brought around 2006, 2007. I mean 2005, around that year when I was like 9. We brought My mother brought a Dell Inspiron with Windows Vista on it. And man, the world was ours, man. We had YouTube, we had Google, you know, we had MySpace. Like I used to love MySpace because I would like do layouts. Like I would like write HTML code, and that really took up a lot of my time. I listened to a lot of music, a lot of creativity, a lot of internet web searching. So yeah, so uh, uh, but yeah, man. So fast forward to high school. That's what I was doing, and my teachers were like telling me, man. They let me know, and they let other teachers know that they would call on me, like, because I used to like leave school. I used to bounce because I didn't go down to the lunchroom. I think I didn't go down to the lunchroom to the cafeteria until like my sophomore year, actually, because I just didn't want to be around anybody. I didn't want to be around anybody. So I actually spent most of my freshman year, um, eating Popeye's chicken. And I think even like one of my teachers followed me one day. They followed me all the way home. I think I even came home to go back to class, and I think I must have spent like 1.5 hours outside of school because I was so fat. And I think one of my teachers followed me all the way home because there was a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I would order myself like at least like two chicken breasts and one center breast, two side breasts, one center breast with fries, a biscuit, and a soda. And I came back home and I was like, I didn't give a fuck about school. Like I was actually ready to quit school when I was like 15. But because I had, already had so much people that cared about me and that didn't let me take the wrong path, I kept going to school. Not only because they cared about me, but I had to keep going to school because that just wasn't happening. Because what the fuck was I gonna do? I was gonna be like a video gamer, fucking 300 pound 15-year-old video gamer that fucking loves eating Popeyes and Kentucky Fried Chicken. No, I had teachers that cared about me and that had hawk eyes on me that gave a fuck enough to fucking be like, hey, what you're doing is not good for your health. What you're doing is not good for your education. Get your ass back in school. Like, no, we will keep our eyes on you. You're not gonna leave the third floor. You're either gonna go to the fucking cafeteria or you're gonna get inside of the classroom, but you're not leaving this facility until 3 p.m. So that was that. And so, because the thing is that I was like fat and I was like a little insecure, just a little bit, that it was enough for me to like not deal with it and deal with the other kids. So I didn't go down to the cafeteria until my sophomore year, and that was when I lost some weight. This was like around 2012. I lost some weight finally because that year we had to take a vacation to the Dominican Republic. We didn't go to any resorts, but we were just there for like a month and a half in the Dominican Republic, you know. And then school started, and I think I must have lost like 30 pounds. And then I started going to the gym, and then I lost a lot of weight. By the time 2013 came around, June, I was like slim, man. I slimmed down a lot. And then that was when, I started to interact more. Because the thing is that I had to go to summer school too. In 2013, I had to go to summer school because I had slacked off so much. My my freshman year, sophomore year, because I was so focused in the gym, I had slacked off in my schoolwork. But I got a lot of praise and a lot of respect and a lot of love and a lot of compliments for losing weight and slimming down. But come 2013, I was slim, but I had to go to summer school though. Like none of the work, like it never was easy. Like I still had to go to summer school. I still had to take care of my academic studies. So I did that. And I went to the gym right after school. I went to the gym. I did a lot of cardio. It was the best. I had a lot of fun doing it. Sometimes I would take the train. Sometimes I'll go up the hill. And it was fairly easy for me because I was so slim. It was like a piece of cake to go up the hill. I was young. I was like 17. Going up the hill was easy. It was easy for me. I had my Pumas. I had my DC mid sleeve shirt with my basketball shorts. And man, I went up the hill. It was easy. The thing is that bitches like women like girls. That's when they start to get horny, and that's when they want to do something with you. So they would just sit next to you, and they would just start a conversation with you. And it wasn't the ugliest girls neither. Like the girls that would like want to be with me, they weren't ugly neither. Like I used to get cute girls because I was actually very cute. Once I slimmed down, I was like a cute guy. But me being slow and being, who I am, I didn't notice these things straight out the bat. It's not that I didn't notice. I didn't give a fuck, man. I was doing my thing, man. All I needed was the gym and my classwork. That was it. I had a dog. I had a dog to keep me happy. But yeah, just give me a sec. But yeah, man. I'm here my time. But yeah, man, I was on top of my diet. Like all I would eat was like lean cuisine. I would eat like healthy frozen food. I would put it in a microwave, and that's all I would eat. I would take a lot of Tums in those days because I used to get like I would like get heartburn when I used to eat like regular food. But man, I used to go to lunch. I used to go to class. I would pass all my classes. Although I would fail some of them, and I would have to go to summer school. I went to summer school. I had man, I was like a horny little guy. I was horny too. I wasn't getting in relationships though because I was so used to neglecting that part of me. Because the thing is that everybody was horny. Everybody was fucking. Except like for the nerds. They weren't in relationships or fucking. Some of them though. But yeah, man. Simulando, no. But yeah. So I lasted because I was always like active growing up. So I still had a lot of athletic energy in me. So I spent, that all that time doing a lot of cardio, losing a lot of weight, eating healthy, staying on top of my diet, staying on top of my schoolwork, going to summer school, taking care of my dog, walking my dog, playing Xbox.
Although, like, I would be on the cell phone a lot too. I would read a lot of information too. I love like just searching information. Even today, like that still defines me. I'm very intellectual and articulate and smart and stuff like that. And I love searching the internet. I love watching documentaries. I love learning about chemistry, about stocks, about finance, about computer science. Like even to look, this is what I read. Like I just got my insurance license in June. So I brought this book. This is Kaplan Property Casualty and Insurance, Property and Casualty Principles by Kaplan. It's like a 192 page book. I still haven't gone to it because it's just depressive. Like I need sex, bro. Like I can't do this by myself. You know, it covers some of it. You can have like a basic understanding of what property and casualty is. There are bigger books that are more expensive that are like 500 pages. Those are the ones I need to. I read this book. I read this book last year. This is Computer Science for Absolute Beginners by the Pact series. I read the whole thing. You get to learn about decimals, integers. You get to learn about a lot of things. You get to learn about if statements, else statements, while do loops, for loops. Um, you get to learn about conditional statements. You get to learn about a little bit of C sharp. You get to learn about a little bit of Python. You know, not too much. It doesn't go in depth, but it gives you an overview of how that language is written. Um, Smells good. Just it smells like library. It smells like good education, money. It just smells so good. It just smells like good. If I would like to like, this is me. Like this is how I express like my feelings toward this book. It smells like good education. That's what it smells like. It smells so good. Like it just smells like wood. It smells like good industrial paper. It smells like good education. Oh yeah, you learn about compilers, you learn about interpreters, you learn about debugging process, you learn about programming paradigms, you learn about functions. PHP is like a and I read half of this book to be honest. This is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Sam, teach yourself HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all in one by Pearson. So yeah, again, it just smells like it smells like a library. I love that, and I love that I read half of this book. You know, it goes into detail about it gives you like little quizzes. This is a thick ass book, by the way. I read this last. I actually finished reading this like in February. I stopped though, but I retained a little bit of the knowledge reading this. Oh no! Let me see if I can go. So yeah, so this is the quiz. I got 7 out of 10. And on average, I must have took like 10 of the quizzes, like 10 of these quizzes. It tests your ability. You got Ruby, Python, PHP, Perl. So this is lesson 19. Understanding dynamic
websites and HTML5 applications. Bro, like I'm a nerd, bro. And here, these are like the little quizzes that it gives you, like the 10-question quizzes. Which of the following is the correct syntax to get the DOM object for a heading with the identifier heading? And again, I got a 7 out of 10 here. 7 out of 10. I let my niece draw on it. Like I'm so foolish. Like she does a mess too. It just smells so good. It smells like good education, man. Like this smells like I can pass it down to like my nephews, so they don't have to suffer. So they can have they can make a good living. They can go into finance or computer science. They can be like baseball players, tennis players, because they're both going to be real tall. So I recommend that they play sports or they play them at a young age, like I did. So yeah, man, this is what my life looks like at 27. Uh, do at a soul level, like, do I regret anything? I don't. I don't regret being me or being, I don't regret it, bro. Like, I just don't. Like, do I wish I can go back and fix some things? Like, who doesn't? But like, do I regret it? Like, like at a soul level, like at a soul deep level, like at a deep rooted level. Like when you look at the individual, when you look at the character, when you look at Victor Alfonso Arias, do I? I don't. I don't, bro. I don't. Like I've been fired from jobs for fighting. I've left relationships that were soon to be that God had for me, and I left them. Like, do I wish I can go back and do some things? Like, yes, but maybe there I have some regret. But now, being happy and being like a normal man in a loving relationship where like there's sex and there's activities and we grow together. Do I regret not doing those things? Yes, I do, because it's affected me as a man. Not being in a relationship, not having sex, not making out, not doing those things, man. Not being on dates, not having close friendship with people, not having acquaintances. It's affected me. But the when you look at the face value, it's not. It's the trade off is just being with my nephews and being with my family. That's the trade off. Like in 2001, I spent the whole year just being with my nephews, doing what they wanted to do, teaching them colors, shapes, squares, coloring, watching videos with them, taking them to the park, taking them to McDonald's. So the trade off is not bad. I mean, it's not good neither because I'm not fulfilling myself as a man, but I'm still being a good human being, and that really matters at the end of the day. So, but yeah, man. Yeah, so that's how my high school looked like. That's how high school looked for me. So yeah, so I cut it out, with that thing. I was going to the gym. I still, I got to see. Not that I got to see, like I was like a fucking fanboy. But yeah, like I was working out with the varsity guys and Platinum Fitness. Like the thing is that they got at it. They got at it, man. They really hit that gym, bro. They really hit the gym. Like those guys were by the time they were like 18, those guys were huge. And I was like 18 too. I was like 18 working out with them. Not like, but yeah, like sharing the same space, sharing the same equipment, sharing the gym, doing the same workouts. They were just humble, man. They saw me. They saw me. It was like cool to be seen by them too. It was cool, because we were really motivated for everybody that wanted to take care of the body, everybody that had to lose weight, and everybody that had a passion for weightlifting and taking care of the bodies. It was really cool, man. We were all young Dominican and Planet Fitness getting at it versus those other older men. We were crushing that fucking gym, man. I wouldn't say like we put up like numbers like fucking PRs, like fucking really going at it, like fucking putting up fucking 400-pound deadlifts and fucking 300-pound fucking test presses. Some of them were, but I would deadlift like 200 pounds. And by the time I was like 19, I can like bench press like 250 or something like that. But yeah, like Planet Fitness at that time only had 60-pound dumbbells. So that really, I mean, but yeah, like I could fucking I could press 60 pounds standing up. That means that you have a strong core, you have strong legs, you have strong calves, you have strong shoulders, and you have strong hands. Not strong hands because all you got to do is just grip it. It's not like arm wrestling where you have to use your wrists. All you have to do is like hold it in place. But yeah, man, those were cool experiences, man. Just working out with the varsity team at Planet Fitness. Because the thing is that I wanted to go prior, but my dad didn't let me because of some stupid reasons. He didn't let me go to the gym. By the time I was like 16, he let me go to the gym. He signed me up and everything. So yeah, man, I lost a lot of weight. I was looking good, man. The thing is that nobody fucked with me when I was in high school. Nobody really fucked with me. And even if I would like TYB somebody's girl, nobody would fuck with me neither because I had respect. I had a lot of respect because of those things. Because I went to the gym, I was going to the gym, I did my classwork, and I was a decent artist too. And I passed all my classes. Although it wasn't like I did graduate at 19, but who didn't graduate at 19? There was a fuckload of people that didn't graduate at that graduated at 19 because they were just, man, they were having a lot of fucking fun, man. They were getting fucking wild, man. These fucking These 16-year-olds and 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, man, they were fucking living the life at that age, man. They thought it was fucking Jersey Shore. They were fucking in relationships, getting drunk. They got fucking wild, man. I wouldn't put it past the fucking the baseball coach or the fucking or some of the teachers if they went to some of the teachers' houses by some way somehow and they had like get-togethers like after games they got invited to houses and they were drinking and shit. I wouldn't put it past them, man. So yeah, this is totally unfiltered for anybody, man. And this is how God wants my life to be. He wants it to be totally unfiltered. So people can see how clean my soul is. 'Cause I'm a clean person, man. I barely have we were all born sinners, but I'm like a saint though. Although I'm a fucking sinner, I'm a saint still. But yeah, man, I was just dedicated, man. Those 3 years, those 4 years in the gym, I dedicated my life, man. But I stopped going when I was like 16 too. That year that I turned 18, because I was just some was missing. This song was missing. I was just, let me go to school. But the thing is that I didn't let myself go too much, but I let myself go a little bit, but not too much. But right there, when I let myself go, man, I started going to the gym again because I knew that that was my passion. And so, man, it was like that was like on May 17th, 2014. I got back on that arc trainer, man. Got back on that arc trainer. Did that stairmaster, did some bike. I sweat my ass off, and I took my ass back home. Came back the next day, did it again, and never looked back for another 2 years. And I started lifting weights that day too. I was like, this time I'm gonna lift weights. All right, you know what? This time I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna lift weights too. So yeah, man. So yeah. So yeah. So that's what it looked like. And I still played a little bit of 360 from time to time, but I was just so full. I was just you know doing schoolwork, going to the gym. Those were the grind years. The grind. I was grinding. You know, although girls did want me. I had a lot of girls that wanted me. I did not give a fuck though. But, that's not the way to do things. Because that's not realistic. By the time you're an adult, everybody is in a loving relationship or with multiple partners, whatever the hell floats your boat.
But yeah, man, I was going to the gym. Oh, and I used to love jump roping too, man. I was passionate about that jump rope. The thing is that they're fucking haters at Planet Fitness, so they used to get complaints like they complaints about jump roping. So they like they're fucking pussies, man. They're just weirdos. And then they serve you pizza and shit. Although every time I did eat the pizza, like I would be afraid I was gonna get like 500 pounds fat. But I ate pizza. I ate pizza. You know, it is the most fat friendly gym. The thing is that you always want to stay on top of your diet. If you have a spouse that's like skinny and fit and just like in shape, not out of shape, like they're like at normal weight, stay in your like love your relationships, love your friends, love your job. It keeps you in shape. Sex keeps you in shape. Speaking to people keeps you in shape. Having like a large network of people, meeting people, seeing people, interacting with people, that keeps you in shape because that's love. When you speak to somebody, when you have a conversation on a regular basis, don't you love that? I love that, especially with like-minded people. That keeps you in shape. Just speaking to people, it keeps you in shape because you're not worried about eating. You're not worried about, and when you are eating, like it's just natural. It's natural. It has a natural rhythm. It has a natural motion. You don't overeat. You don't think about eating a lot. You're more content. But yeah, man. So man, I love the gym, man. I used to go every hour throughout the day. I used to go in the morning. I used to like just love it, man. Sometimes there would be people drinking coffee up there, and I just remember it was so like the romance that I had with the gym, man. Just that romance, that fitness romance, man. It was, and you get on that archery and you get on that stairmaster, man. Just the wings of God, it takes you, man. It takes over, man. Especially in the morning when I would like not have school and I would still go to the gym and I will get like a good ass workout in. It just overtakes you. Like the most like biggest year like that I went hard was 2015, man. It was 2015. By the time 2015 came around, April I already had like 1 year of weight training under my belt, man. And I will continue to go for the rest of the year. That means I will continue to go for May, for June, for July, for August, for September, October, November, December. And then I also went January, February 2016, March, April, May, June, and I stopped going. That was like a day after um, 4th of July. That's when I eventually quit going to the gym. 'Cause I was just tired, man. I was just tired. I was working a fucking 9 to 5 job at Yankee Stadium, doing security. I was fucking 19 years old with a fucking part time job. But they called it part time, but it was a full time job. Okay, they fucking overwork you. They fucking make you do fucking overtime shifts. They fucking make you do double shifts. I was doing doubles when the time I was 19, my guy. I was doing fucking double shifts. And I was going to the gym. And I was doing full workouts, full blown workouts in the goddamn morning. You must have seen how fit I was at fucking 19. I was fit, man.
I didn't have a six pack, but I was lean. I was like fat lean. Like I was like tall. I was nice, beautiful chiseled face. I didn't have my facial hair, but I was fit, man. I was fucking fit. Like not in the best shape because I didn't um I I didn't pace myself. Like I will never pace myself. Like I will like always like because I like right now like I'm running out of breath because when I get inspired I get asthma like um characteristics, but that's just because I have the fucking fan blowing on me right now. You see, got this goddamn fan. Yeah, I'm gonna move it. It's making me congested. But yeah, man, I look good, right? How old do I look? I always look that I look like younger. I'm 27. I want to buy this thing to grow out more facial hair. I got some facial hair, but it's not as thick or as full as I want it to be. But it's there. Obviously, you can see it. It looks nice. But yeah, man. But these days, like it's hard to like complete my life insurance training without any sex. Like it's just hard in general to live my life without being social, without having sex. Because sex, it makes you hydrated. It gives you those pheromones. Those I have right now. I have that like a chemical imbalance, not in terms of like hormones of like erectile dysfunction. I don't have that issue, but in terms of being honest with myself sexually and being honest with myself as what I want as a man, of having a woman, of having sex, of being upfront with her, of sharing passions, of sharing sex, of sharing life together. I'm not honest. I'm not. And you know, and having that intimacy, I'm not honest. I'm not. You know, having like that deep connection, I'm not honest at all. And it's affecting me, man. I don't want to move forward with this goddamn. I've read enough. I've done enough books. I've been misaligned for a long time, man. I've been misaligned. I mean, I've been misaligned. I'm gonna blow my nose.
And I got a lot to be passionate for. I got a lot to be happy for. I got a lot of, I got a lot of reasons to live for, bro. I got a lot to live for. Like, look, I drink coffee, bro. I want to have my own coffee machine. I want to have my own coffee machine one day. Like, I like to spin bowls. Like, I love Arabic music. I love Japanese pop music. I love bossa nova, bro. Like, I want to fuck my brains out. Like, you don't think I want to fuck like a fuck that, nigga? I want to fuck. I want to make love, dude. Like, I want to fuck. Like, I want to bust a nut, my guy. Like, bro, like, I want to bust a nut, bro. I do. I do. Women are the most freakiest creatures ever you'll see, man, and they try to hide it. The thing about women is that they're good at hiding it. Like, they can wear a nice sundress or a nice tight dress that makes their jiggly ass just big, juicy, and like bounce and shit, and you can see it bounce. Like, they're good at hiding their sexual intentions, whether that be them with their husband, their man, or whether they be single. Like, they're just good at hiding, and they're good at hiding those emotions and those sexual intentions. Men are not. We're not good at hiding them, man. We are the ones that are responsible for it all. In the first place, like, no, you're responsible, and that's okay. You're the man. At the end of the day, the man is responsible for both the man and the woman fucking. It's on the man's. That's on the man. That's not the woman's fault. The woman's fault. All she has to do is just be there. That's all. That's all. But yeah, man. Come 2015, I find this program called NADAP. I've had this folder for the past 7 years. NADAP, Development, Workforce, and Business Solutions. They call it workforce ladder or something like that. Development ladder solutions. NADAP. This goddamn piece of paper, this folder for the last 7 years of my life. It smells good though. Like, it just smells like work. It smells like paperwork. It smells like office. I don't know why I like to smell my documents, my books, what I do, and I like to describe how they smell. It's a kink of mine. But yeah, man, women are hella sexual, man. They're hella freaky, hella horny. All you have to do is just be honest. Be honest with yourself, and you can have everything. You can do it all, man. But yeah, man, I'm 27. Getting any younger. Yeah, so come 2015. I still 2014 and 2015. I would have to go to summer school, but throughout that time, I was also in the gym and I was also going to school. And I also had to do after school programs because I had to make up. And the thing is that, we would do our work. Sometimes I don't know why I get so congested. I don't know why, bro. It just happens. But yeah, so I would end up receiving my diploma in 2015. So in 2014, I had class. I had to get class by this 37-year-old man with no kids. He just looks like he was like just a bachelor, just getting by and just living his single life. You know,
he was a good summer school teacher. Like I learned a lot. Like I thought that I was gonna get like a low grade when I was with him, but I got decent grades because I think he taught like algebra or something like that. I think he I still have my transcript. I still have it. Let me. Yeah, I still got my transcript right here. Like yo, like I'm a fucking in a past life I was a fucking choir boy. Oh my god, like I even have my taxes. Like you want to see my taxes? Or my taxes right there. But the government took out money. Like I was supposed to get like a $1,500 return, but because I started a business in 2020 and I got a loan, the government took out. They took that money back. So they they withdrew that money from my return and they took back the money. So much for starting a business. But yeah, this is my life insurance PXI examination series. See, I passed it. So I am a licensed life insurance agent. I wanted to do life, accident, and health, but because the opportunity presented itself to me for me to purchase the property and casualty booklet from Kaplan, I did so, and so I had to do that first. Seems like, but yeah. Dude, I even have my high school transcript. Like, the thing about algebra is that a lot of the teachers, I wouldn't say that they brought in their egos into the education, but they were more focused on having fun. And algebra and mathematics is not a fun thing, nor is it really philosophical. So the way that they taught it, um, I wish it could have been like more. How could I say like more? Like be more modest about the how do you say topic about the subject? Like just be more modest about it. Just be honest about it. It's mathematics. It's not philosophical. It's not fun. It's not encouraging. It's not. It's fucking numbers, man. So just find a way to make the English practical enough for us to understand the mathematics behind it, the math itself. Don't fucking make jokes or fucking don't do that, man. 'Cause I had a very philosophical bend towards mathematics. I was forced to have like this philosophical outlook because of those things. Because all they wanted to do was just have fucking fun. Some of the teachers, all they wanted to do was just be on their fucking iPhones, just fucking speak with the kids, and fucking while fucking other kids did not get what the fuck they were saying because they themselves did not get it. All they understood was like 20 or something functions, and the other fucking functions, kids had to come onto the board and help them with it. So that's why they got the fucking job anyways. Except for one teacher who was Dominican. I forgot his name, but he was the best. He knew like at least 45 operations and 45 fucking functions. He knew all of them. The procedures, the functions, the numbers. He knew all of it. He knew all of it. The algebraic numbers, decimals, fucking X and Y, finding X, finding Y, solving for X, solving for Y. He knew all of it. He was very good. But the thing is that, um, they just him. I think it was more of an ego thing because that intelligence has to do a lot with ego, you know. But it's just not that. It was just like I don't know what it was. It was just this ego thing with him that I can never like fully grasp mathematics the way that I grasped it in middle school. But I was still able to pass my classes. I was still able to get credit for it. Like out of my algebra classes, because I think it was like the way that we were learning. Like teachers weren't they weren't able to put up with the way that we learned. They just weren't gonna put up with it. But they were nice teachers, but they weren't gonna put up with the way that we learned anyways. But I was good in geometry. I was fairly good. When I look back at it, I passed my geometry. I passed two geometry classes. I passed about four of my algebra classes. But yeah, those are first world issues, I guess. Just the way that we learn, the way of learning, that's a real, that's a first world issue. That's something that's in the first world right now. And the way that teachers are tolerant. Not all teachers are tolerant of some ways of learning, so they'll do it. But yeah, I passed. Let me see. That's one, two, three, four. Yeah, I passed two geometry classes,
4 algebra classes, which is the minimum that you need for that. I passed a lot of earth science classes. I passed the lab. I did pretty well in English. Global history, I did excellent. Weight training, I did excellent. Living environment, I did excellent. Gym class, I passed gym class. Art, I did excellent in art. Chemistry, I passed chemistry. I only had it for one semester. But yeah, I did the regions. I passed the regions. I can show you too. How could I not show you this? I don't want to show you my address. Yeah, you can look at it right there. You see, I passed with 44 credits, and I passed 5 regions. Not the best in algebra, but that was because of the style that they showed us. Listen, mathematics is a very systematic thing, man. So the thing about the teachers, for the teachers that were really good, those they had a lot of ego. First of all, they had a lot of fucking ego, and the ones that didn't, they either wanted to have fun or they wanted to fucking play, and they wanted to fucking play Flappy Bird on a fucking iPhone or just chit chat with the fucking students. That's what the fuck they wanted to do. But please, if they can ever fix something for that school from my high school that I used to go to, take teachers that leave their fucking egos at the door. Please do that. And don't hire the teachers that just want to have fun, because those are the ones that only understand half of it, and they get help from the students that do understand those formulas or those operations, and then they end up teaching the whole fucking classroom. 'Cause that's the thing with, it has a lot of ego, a lot of fucking ego in it, man. Get your fucking ego out of it, man. The way that they teach it is so it is more egotistical than it is systematic and mathematical. You have to use the language to the most practical and most purest form that you can, so the student can systematically get to that systematic way of thinking. But they had so much fucking ego. He was always so fucking fast and so fucking. The thing that he had a big vocabulary to fucking explain all this shit, but he never got down to like that very practical way of explaining it. That's something that I had to put up with. I had to put up with that. But I was still able to pass 4 of my algebra classes and 2 of my geometry classes, and that's all I needed to
to get to 44 credits. But hey, I'm still here. I got my life insurance license. I got a 72 out of 100. I'm happy. I should be studying the property and casualty insurance booklet. Pass that, hopefully with an 80 and above. Because God always has my back. So that's pass it. I know I'm gonna ace it. I'm gonna pass it. I just man, just leave here, man. I live in. I want to say like I live in fucking poverty, but I don't live. I don't live. I said I need to live home. I need to leave home because I need to have sex. I need to have a relationship. I need to have people who think like me, other men and women who think like me, women who want to have sex. Don't you love? I love sex, man. I love sex. I love making. I love kissing too. I love those wet, passionate kiss, man. Women are the most freest creatures on earth, man. They will deny and deny and deny and deny. Women don't like that. They're like cats. They're like, they're like, no, I submit because it's my decision type of thing. Need to blow my nose again. But yeah, from that insurance thingy, my insurance license, I did take a pre-licensing class for about a month. I was in there just taking classes. Not like a month. It was like right. It was like 3 weeks. It was like a 3 week process. I got it from a licensed career institute. Here it is. That's my name up there. The Licensed Career Institute. School code name is 80007. Oh, that's all. So yeah, there it is. I passed the in-house with a 73. So it's just the way that it is. It's just the way that I memorize things. I have a very I don't know, I have a very strong intellect. Like I have a very free spirited, free mind, creative intellect. So I think that kind of, is why I score so modest on the test. And I don't get like 90s or anything like that, but I was still able to pass, move on with life. Now I have to do these depressing ass um 5 day trainings to go to get my first appointment. Like it's just silly at this point. Like I need sex, but like I can't live my life. I can't be because I am very self motivated, but it's not real. It's not realistic. What am I supposed to do? Like become a fucking millionaire? Fucking single? It doesn't make any sense. I need to dip my penis into something, man. I need some fucking I need some perversion in my life, man. These are the most like it is the most oppressive thing. Just learning about the dashboard, learning about the brokers app, the life insurance agent app. Like this is so depressing, man. Who the fuck wants to do that alone? without having anything to look forward to, without having a woman without having, because life insurance it's not the sexiest, but it's very you can make a good living. You can make a good living selling property and casualty insurance, selling life, accident, and health insurance. You can make a good living, and then from there you can get your Series 7. You can get your SIE. You can get your Series 60, 64, your Series 55, and work at a hedge fund, work at a mutual fund, selling products, selling life insurance products. Having investment packages and investment plans, building up portfolios. Working for Goldman Sachs, working for Mutual Mass, working for Prudential, working on the traders floor. Like, bro, working for TD Securities. Like, and this stuff that I'm doing, this life insurance stuff, and if I get my property and casualty, if I get my life accident and health, if I get the SIE, if I get the Series 7, if I get the Series 55, if I get the Series 64, I could work at a bank. I could work at a hedge fund. I could work at a mutual fund. Like next year. So, God just keeps blessing me on this lifelong, um, um, lifelong education that I still pursue. I can have my own agency. It's just, this is hard, man. I'm not having any sex right now, man. All I want to do is just take my manhood, man, and slip it into those, to that pouch of womanhood. It's that. Oh my God! Just put it inside of that womanhood. And just keep doing it for hours and hours. I need a woman to feed me, man. I need a woman to feed me, to come and like those Germans, like those big titty Germans with those jugs. I need a woman to feed me, like just feed me. My God, just give me some. Feed me, mommy. Feed me. I haven't done those things yet, man. I need some fuck. I need to have some sex in my life. Oh my God, this. I'll try not to get, so that'll look kind of weird too. But like literally start to. But yeah, man. So that was high school, and from there, I had a friend who convinced me to join security, and so I ended up getting my license, and my license was actually funded. My license was paid for by NADAP. They paid like $356 for me to go and get the license. So I got the license, and then right there, upon 19, I was like big. I was fit at 19, man. I had muscles everywhere. I wasn't like fit. Like I wasn't like 260. I wasn't like 160, 180, or anything like that. I was like 215. I'm not gonna lie, but I look good, man. If you looked at me, you were like, I was fit. I was fit. I wasn't no fat motherfucker. Cause again, like I have a very wide body, not ridiculously large, but I was just wide. I was a wide kid, man. But for all that wideness I had in strength, for all that athleticism I had in cardio, like I love cardio. Like I can jump rope, I can go upstairs. I love to hike. I was still very active. I was still very fit. For that one pull-up that I couldn't do, I can still hold on to myself for about a minute. So yeah, so I ended up joining Yankee Stadium. I went to orientation. All the fucking dykes, all the fucking old dykes and fucking HR, all the fucking dykes that that joined as guards, the responsible adults in HR and your supervisors. I had my supervisor. I still remember my supervisor. Her name was William Sharif. I think that was it. The other ones I don't remember. My two supervisors were William and Sharif, and I was 19. So that was me working in security in security at 19. William and Sharif were my supervisor, and I had coworkers. But my coworkers, they weren't really like friends. He thinks like this fucking guy. He thinks that the world revolves around him or some shit. The guy is fucking crazy, man. He was like this guy that had he had like a limp stride. He didn't walk all that well. And then I had this dyke, and then all the other guys, like they just had like this ego about him, man. But I ended up becoming friends with the people that worked at the souvenir store at the Yankee Stadium souvenir store for customer service. All the sales reps, I was pretty good friends with them, man. We would chit chat and talk. Sometimes we would have lunch together, all breaks together. They give 15 minute and half an hour breaks, man. I could not deal with that shit, man. And I wear some black Air Maxes that were like size 11, man. They made my fucking feet hurt because they were just bulged my fucking toes. My toes did not fit. My toes were like squeezed into those fucking Air Maxes, man. Until I started to wear Vans. That was the worst thing ever, man. Wearing that shit for like fucking 10 hours a day. Are you fucking kidding me? That was insane, man. So yeah. So I was making like 12.50 an hour, and it was 2016, and I was working as a security guard at Yankee Stadium. I was 19, going on 20. It was pretty cool, man. People always show me respect, and I show people respect. And was watching the families, people with baseball, watching all the athletes come by the store. It was cool. It was okay. It was cool. You know, and I was start paying bills too at that age, man. I was paying the fucking cable bill at that age. I had fucking the cable guy come over and install the cable for us. So that was pretty cool. And I remember my niece was here, and my sister got pregnant again during that time. I was taking care of my dog. My mom was just working. My sister, I think she had to do a summer school program. She did the youth employment program. She was doing that since like 2015. So she was like 15. No, since she was like 17 actually. She was in the summer youth employment programs. She was like 16 actually. So she was doing that. I was doing my thing. But yeah, man. Yeah, life's good. So yeah, so I was doing security, and I was working out in the morning, but I will always get tired, and I was always get a head rush because I was always so fast. Back. But yeah, man. And during those years, like girls, they still seek me out. Like, they still wanted to be with me. Cause you know, women, they send you signals. It's not like you don't know. It's not like you're fucking blind to it. You just either give a fuck or you don't give a fuck. I just didn't give a fuck, man. they're like cats. They're like it's apparently I can see that, but you're the woman anyway, so you're just not gonna let it be known. Wow, it's like in your face at the same time. Women are complex creatures, man. They're complex as fuck. It's just when they get older, they don't really give you the runaround. It's like, bro, we either fucking or we not. We doing this or we not. When they start to be in their 30s, 40s, and shit. They're just straight up, man. They're really straight up. They're really straightforward. Oh my god, I can't. I want to fuck a lot, man. I am horny. I had one of my childhood companions come over, and she's like a big hoe. But it's not that she's a hoe, because I like it. You know, it doesn't bother me as long as I'm getting my nut in. As long as I'm busting a nut, I don't have a problem. And they just dress like hoes, man. They dress in thongs and these fishnet outfits, like literally like little fishnet outfits. Like she had like a little fishnet miniskirt, a little fishnet shirt on, big ass titties, big ass with tattoos. She's full of tattoos. And she came from Dominican Republic. She has a car. She has a place to live. She does OnlyFans. They send a lot of shit through WhatsApp. She's a fucking freak. I'll fuck the shit out of her, man. I don't give a fuck. She can live here too. Like, but she'll have to do everything that I want. And if she's like that, she'll have to put up with me fucking other woman because she is who she is. She is who she is, and I have no problem with her as long as we have a cordial relationship and it's pleasurable for both of us. Oh man, she just has this big ass, juicy ass, man. Just it just jiggles with thunder and passion. It just jiggles and jiggles and jiggles. And she sat right here in the couch and everything. Like I held her hand and I just looked her shit in the eyes. I was like, bro, like. But the thing is that she made out with one of my sister's friends, and he's like a little faggot, my nigga. And she's still like, she's just she's who she is, man. I have no problem with her, but she's gonna respect me. And if I so happen to treat you the way that you're supposed to get treated, or the way that you want to get treated, don't take offense to it. Just so happens to do these things. It is what it is. But never try to be like to suffocate a woman, or like try to act more than what you feel for her. Like oh my god, like it's gonna end. I have to like be stuck to. You don't have to be stuck to her, my guy. Just enjoy the vibe for what it is. Don't fucking, and especially if she's in your own house. You don't have to act like a fucking leech. You don't have to act like a fucking little toddler, just like she's your mom. She's not your mom, bro. She's a fucking wild animal out here, fucking giving that ass up. But yeah, that's how it went for me, man. Out Yankee Stadium. Um, it was a 9 to 5. They call it part time, but it's not part time. They work your ass off. They work your ass out. And I was there all the way from April to September. The season actually didn't end until like November. And if you wanted to stay there, you had to, you had to show up to work to stay there. If you wanted to stay there November, December, or January, February, and the following year, you had to show up to work and you had to be on time. I did not show up to work and I was not on time because soon after that I had some depression, and that's why I stopped going to the gym because I wasn't honest with myself with what I wanted sexually, with what I wanted. I just wasn't honest with myself because I had the opportunity, but I did not pursue my emotions with sexual intent. And that's all I needed to do. Just pursue your emotions with sexual intent. Just give her a little kiss. It doesn't matter if you're at work. If God wants these things to happen, He wants these things to happen. Just let it fucking happen, bro. Grab her by the waist, hold her hand. It's gonna happen. These things happen, bro. Do it anyways. Do it, please. But yeah, so I ended up getting in depression. I just, I stopped going to work. I stopped going to the gym. I stayed home, took care of my little niece, whenever my sister wasn't around, because I think she started going back to work. I was playing Xbox all day. I was playing Modern Warfare 2. Although Modern Warfare 2 was like 7 years old, I was playing that shit. I was playing Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops, Modern Warfare Ghost, Modern Warfare 3. I had some fun. And I was eating my ass off too, man. I was eating chicken strips, McDonald's chicken strips. I was eating some. I think may have gone to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken again, and I was eating a lot of house food, a lot of home cooked house food. Man, I got fat, man. I got fat as fuck. I got fat, nigga. You fat, and I put up pounds like a motherfucker, man. Sooner or later, clothes didn't fit me again. I had fucking love handles again. You know, my face puffed up a little bit, but it wasn't like I didn't look like a fucking, like a fucking Oompa Loompa, a fucking Willy Wonka, how you called it. I forgot her name. The one who chews the gum and she blows up like a fucking like a fucking blueberry, like a giant blueberry. I didn't blow up like that, but I got fat, man. I got fat as fuck. Like clothes didn't fit me, man. I was like a fucking size 50 again. I went from size 40 to a fucking size 50, man, in no time. Well, you take July, August. No, I stopped going like in August to work. I stopped going like August, September, October. I wasn't working. November, December, January. So those are 6 months. I just ballooned again. I ballooned after like 2 years of going to the gym. After 2 years and 1 month of being back in the gym, man, I ballooned like a motherfucker. And I actually started going again around, I think around that time, like around October. I went a couple times to the gym, like October, November, December. and it really ratcheted up like around. I have to say, like January to March, I was going again to the gym, but I just didn't give a fuck, man. I just things were missing in my life. I wasn't really having any sex. I had energy, but it's like I'm just like having energy just to have energy. I'm not, really putting it in anything meaningful. There's not like meaning in my life. It's just energy. It's just I'm just living like a fucking caveman. Then this is 2017. This was when my little nephew was born. I stopped going around the time that he was born. And I didn't give a fuck, man. I got fat as fuck. I stopped being active. I was working for Golden Crust. If you don't know, the CEO of Golden Crust, he killed himself. In Golden Crust, he threw himself off the bridge into the little the railway that's there. And I used to work at Webster in the Bronx at the Golden Crust factory. But they make some mean ass beef patties, some mean ass chicken patties. Their chicken patties are extra spicy, man. They're spicy as fuck. I used to bring them home. I didn't give a fuck, man. I used to steal all that food. I used to steal spice buns. I used to steal the bread. I used to steal all the beef patties, all the chicken patties, all the preheated, pre-packed beef and chicken patties. I used to steal all that shit, man. I take that shit home, my nigga. I was like, I'm getting mine. I that shit right there, bro. I had a blast. And my sister would eat. My pregnant sister, my older sister, she would eat them shits up. She'll put them in the microwave, or she'll put them in the oven, and she'll eat it up. She loved it, and I loved it too. Like I was good. I was eating. By that time, by the summer of 2017, I bought myself an Xbox One, and I was still paying the fucking cable. I was still paying some cable bills, but it was a lot of us. It's me, my big brother, my big sister, my little sister, me, and my mother, and my brother-in-law, my niece, and my nephew. So it was five of us, plus my brother-in-law, niece, and nephew. So it was eight of us and a dog, and we had a dog in an apartment, in a four-room bedroom apartment with one bathroom and one kitchen. Our kitchen is pretty big though. It's as you can sit down eight people at that in that kitchen. But we rarely did that. In the kitchen, it was only like three or four of us sat there at a time. And it was usually the most demagogic amongst us that sat there to eat food, which is my brother-in-law, my big sister, my mother, and my little sister. And it's the same thing for us. Like the most demagogues, the ones that smoked hookah. I don't smoke hookah. I don't like. I don't drink. I don't smoke hookah. If I have beer, it's like half a cup of beer. And it's Bud Light or Coors Light or Corona Light. I'm not having any of that shit. Any of that pure whole hops, full grain shit. Having it. But yeah, so that's this is 2017. I'm working at Golden Crust. I'm wearing the fucking. I used to work for Cambridge Security. I'm making even less. I'm making $11 flat an hour. I'm making like $333 a week. But I was fucking happy, man. I used to go to work. Although I used to show up at every fucking time that I want, anytime that I want. I used to show up to work at like around 7. Like around 7, 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., and I leave at fucking 1, and that was it. And I used to get paid a whole fucking week's worth of money. I didn't give a shit, man. That job was trash. I knew that God had better things for me. I was working at a shitty job. But yeah, man. So that's where I worked. Um, yeah, that's where I worked, man. And yeah, so I would work there. I had like a cell phone. I had the smartphone. I used to watch a lot of Alex Jones, a lot of Michael Savage. I used to have these wireless earbuds. They were called Urban Ears, and I would download an app that allowed me to put the volume even higher, and I would just I will eat food. What did I eat during the job? I think I will eat beef and chicken patties. Yeah, I used to eat beef and chicken patties. Sometimes I would take home cooked food and eat it over there. I would eat it in the break room. The break room was like upstairs. It was like barely like collapsing on itself. But people used to sit there because there was like air conditioner in there and shit. Although it was like half working, it was like kind of shitty. It still was cool and shit. But the bathroom was a piece of shit, man. The bathroom, the toilets were always clogged. The floor looked disgusting. The floor looked like 1990s McDonald's floor. The lockers were disgusting. They were old and rusty. The fucking sink was old and rusty. Disgusting old and rusty. And the fucking toilet was a piece of trash, man. But yeah, I was like 20, man. I was on 20 going on 21. This was my life situation. This was my life situation. And so, it was okay, I got my check and whatever. I used to take taxis to come back home sometimes because I didn't want to take the subway. And yeah. So and when I brought my Xbox, I downloaded. I actually downloaded Overwatch through my cell phone. So when I got back home, Overwatch was ready for me to play. So yeah, so that was cool. I got Overwatch. I got Battlefield One. That's when Battlefield One came out. Battlefield One was the shit, man. I played the fuck out of that shit because I had like this medium size this 49-inch LG TV, and I used to play a lot of Battlefield, man. I played Battlefield, Overwatch. I go to work at whatever time I fucking wanted to. I did not give a fuck. I must have made like at least $15,000. That was my pay. That's how much I made in salary from February. I started on February the 13th, and then I left on like October 23rd. Was the last day I worked, and I had a good time. I wasn't saying, it was kind of depressive because I was never in a relationship or anything like that. But I ate my ass off. I was with my niece and nephew, and I had a family that supported me, and that was about it. But was it kind of depressive? It had its moments. It had its moments where like I wouldn't like cry, I guess. Yeah, I was like technically like, but like, because there was, these unfulfilled parts of me. But I was just pushed through. After that, I enrolled at Hostels Community College at 21. And I was also into Trump at that time. I was deeply into Trump, into politics, into Trump. And I had this Instagram account.
and I would upload these videos on these Instagram accounts. I would have like these glamorous political memes, like glamorous political advertisements, where it was like clips that I used to make, and like I would add music to it, and they were very fun to watch, because they were catchy, they were on point, they were on beat, and they kind of like aesthetically, like it captured that aesthetic um, feeling of politics and culture and music and things like that. So I would go in with that, with that same backing, with that same motivation, and I enrolled myself in community college. And from there, I found a VP class, public speaking, and there I met this beautiful Caucasian girl. Her name was Cheyenne Bassett, and I still remember her name to this day. This was 5 years ago, by the way. I don't know what she's doing with her life right now, but she probably has a family. Probably has a family, has started a family, has gotten her life together. But Cheyenne, she didn't grow up. She lost both her parents, and she only had two other sisters. So yeah, but yeah, all January, February, March, April, and May, I was courting Cheyenne. I was her classmate. We were both classmates, and man, it was just we fell in love, man. Like we fell in love. I never, everything was just on point, on time, and it was just love is such a beautiful thing. It brings that air, that momentum, that life into your life. You know, and I said something one day when one of my classmates was giving a speech during public speaking class, and the whole class just erupted in laughter for some reason, for some, and that just it was just like she just felt like the silhouette of emotions, and she just her head just is just she just like she caressed her head on top of the desk because everything was just so romantic, and the lights were off because everybody was just giving their speech, and the digital projector was on. So the projector was on. Everybody had to sign in to their Google Drive, or they had their thumb drives, they had their laptops. Everybody was giving their speech, doing their PowerPoint presentation, and just the whole class just erupted in laughter, and that good energy, that good faith, those good experiences, that person, that beautiful person that I am, and that soul that I am. I looked into her eyes, and we just locked eyes, and we fell in love. We fell in love. We fell in love. Because before that, prior to that, I asked her a number. And you know how women are, they will deny, they will, play the indirect, directly indirect, while still wanting to be indirect. And, when everything is quite apparent, they will still deny. And so I asked her a number, and she said, "What?" Well, you know how women are. You know how they are. And then we went into class. The whole classroom just erupted in laughter. And she was mine. From there on, from that point, and she was this beautiful man. She has like this kind of like Italian, Spain. She looks like she's from Spain. Like this beautiful like
almost like Slovakian, Slovenian, Polish type of complexion. She had like these like hazel, yellowish, reddish eyes with the like this gingerish brunette hair that she liked to that when the last time I saw her was like curly. It was just beautiful to see her. She was so beautiful. And she was just Caucasian. She was a light skinned Caucasian. So beautiful. She was so beautiful. Uh, but things didn't work out, because although she believed in me, I didn't believe in me because my soul is just, it wasn't used to believing in myself. But that whole moment was for me to believe in me because she believed in me. Right now, as I look back at it, you know, God has blessed me with nothing but opportunities and love and blessings in my life. And that happened at 21 years old. You know, I put off like 2 years of education to go work and pay bills. And then I got back into the community college. I was like 21. No, I was 21 because 2017 had already passed. And I lasted a year working. A whole year was spent working. Insecurity, but thanks to God and God's grace, I met Cheyenne, you know. But, I met her and, I gave my speech and the whole class would have just clapped for me. The whole class would clap for me. And just the everything, the energy and the vibes and the movement, I created something there where she really believed in me and she wanted to be with me and she considered that, you know. But me still like not wanting to come out of my shell, for life's sake. I didn't want to come out of my shell. I wanted everything to stay the same. I wanted to stay here in this little neighborhood, not explore the world, not see the world for what it is, not see love for what it is, not see life itself for what it is, unraveling and unfolding itself in front of me. So the next week, Cheyenne would come to school in booty shorts. And I remember just because I wanted to be with her, like I wanted to be with her. I don't see she was the partner for me. Like I called her one day, like when she was coming out of class. Because the thing is that I knew that she's been in prior relationships. Like she was wearing, these Alexander McQueens, and she had Gucci shoes on. So she's already done the whole relationship thing. Whoever the hell it was that she was with, she was willing to take a chance with somebody like me who doesn't, who's, I was like, I was getting skinny again because I was like active. I was working, I was going to school, and I was walking up the hill, and I was a little bit, less insecure in myself. But I think that moment was for me to be happy, for me to let go, for me to, that's what life is about, for you to let go of a lot of things, for you to be happy, for you to walk like with a small backpack on, with very small baggage, or very very little to no insecurities, little to no grudges, little to no um, wrongdoing, or just little to no, because all you have is your relationships and your connection to God and your significant other, and that's all you need in life. And your family too, like your whole family that loves and supports you, and that wants to see you win. That wants to see you become a better man.
And those are the things that that's all God has wanted out of me. That is all that He's wanted out of me. He didn't want me to, um, to worry about the things that don't matter. Yeah, like I stopped her one day when she came out of public speaking class, and I approached her one day and just we locked in eyes, and I think that's when you know, right, that she's the one. Is when you lock eyes and you just spend. It's like the gaze, it just lasts, and if the gaze lasts, that means that there's something there. It's love. It's not. It's real. It's real. It's reality. It's you can see your day with this person. You can show this person off. You can be proud of this person. You can make love to this person. You can have sex with this person. You can live life with this person. Is that's love. Is when that gaze lasts. Is when you look at each other and it lasts. It's just dead. It's just a dead gaze. It's just a death stare. You just life looking at life is just that reality, that point, that climactic point is just it lasts. And I would approach her, I would give her like little pecks on the cheek, like, like high school little moments, although I was like 21 and shit. So yeah. But yeah, man. And so that was like I remember the day too. That was like May 2nd, 2018. And she came to Booty Shorts the next following. I don't know why I was so shy. I think it's because some people were gonna see my boner, like, because I got hard, man. I got hard as shit. But it wasn't like a slow, like burning, like smoldering boner. It was like one of these ones, like bing. And I never experienced that. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, stop it, stop it. But that's a good problem to have, man. These are the types of things that I overthink. And I'm not supposed to because I'm not supposed to be thinking about what's going on. I'm supposed to be enjoying what's going on. I'm supposed to be in the moment, enjoy it. Because sex is a huge part of life, man. It's a huge part of life. It's what life is all about, actually. It's about having sex, man. What you think your European bloodlines did when they came to the Caribbean, when they came to the United States? They were fucking, man. Especially when they were fucking pirates in the 1500s and the 1600s. They were having fucking orgies on these fucking crusades and all these ships, man. They were having fucking orgies, and it didn't stop once they got to the 13 colonies. They kept on having orgies, and it didn't stop once they gone to the Hispaniola. They kept on fucking, like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, I was scared because I was scared like my dick was gonna pop out my sweats. I was like, oh no, like I was so hard, man. I was hard as a motherfucker. I literally had like a third leg. But the thing is that I overthink too much about things. Like, it's apparent, like you're gonna fuck, like these things had to happen. Like, just let it happen. I don't let things happen. I had to let things go. And so that was it. So, Cheyenne was just there waiting, horny as a motherfucker with her booty shorts on, and I was just now I wanted to take responsibility for what God has given me. You know, if you're a man, you have to take responsibility. What's yours is yours. What's yours is yours. And I just remember the last. I was just bitter for no reason. We had school like 1 week after that, 1 to 2 weeks after that, and the next day she didn't show up to class, and then the next week she showed up, but she was just quiet, because what's wrong with him? Why isn't he
responding to me, but it was just because I was just holding back. I was holding back the sexual attraction, the purity, the sanctity, the love, the sex, the connection, the life. I was just holding back. I don't know why, 'cause I have nothing to hold back, but I did for some reason. I did. And then the last time I saw her, I had like a mullet. This was on the 23rd in May 2018. And we were in VP class, and I sat behind her, just, my horny little self, passionate for the love. And she got up, man, and she was like, I feel uncomfortable. I'll make that shit very clear. And man, I lost it after that, man. Because the thing is that I'm slow. I mean, as fast as I could make somebody passionate towards me, and I can be passionate about towards somebody else, I'm just as slow to jump into the relationship, to commit to the relationship. I'm just as slow, man. I'm just as slow, but that actually kills passion when you do those things, man. And man, like, don't take the things about women. Don't take them too seriously, man. But you're gonna have your moments where she's gonna disrespect you, and you have to keep frame. You have to keep that masculine frame, because if you put a hand on her, or if you lose your tone with her, you can lose the relationship. You can lose your respect that she has towards you. So what she has to do is say sorry, and you say sorry to each other, and you move on from there. But man, I couldn't contain it, man. 'Cause I was just so horny. Like it's who I've been. I was ready to go ever since she's worn the fucking booty shorts, but for some reason I kind of put it off. I don't know why. That's just weird, man. That's not healthy, man. Like, I overthink about things. I overthink a little too much. Like, why are you like, sex is the thing that you're not supposed to think. Like, it's just, have you ever jerked off? Are you thinking like are you thinking about meth when you jerk off? When you're stroking your meat? You're not. So why are you thinking about math and all this shit that doesn't make sense? You know? And I just sat behind her, man, and I just wanted to like wrap my head around her shoulders. That's all I wanted to do, because I was truly in love with this person. I love this person. She got up. I made that shit very clear. It's like when she said it, it's like she said ever clear. Ever clear. I made that shit ever clear. But she said it in such a tone and such a dirty little tone where it's like she was young too. She's young, so it's like, women are gonna make mistakes if you let them happen. You know. But I think the most secure thing you could ever do in a relationship with a woman is just fuck. Fuck as fast as you can, and don't worry about the other things, man. The sex is the most important thing. The sex and the connection is the most important thing. That's it. Don't worry about if your dick is hard, if you're rock hard walking amongst people. Don't worry about that shit, man. That's even more fun. That lets everybody know how vigorous you are, and that lets you know how vigorous you are, how much of a man you are, bro. Like, your dick is like literally poking out like this from how hard you are. That means that you're alive, basically. You shouldn't be ashamed of that. I shouldn't be ashamed of that shit, bro. You should be happy because that shit's happening. But ever since that day happened, I have never felt so much blood rushing into my penis so fast and so quick. It was like an explosion. My dick probably grew like 1 inch during that fucking erection. Fucking is amongst one of the most best things on earth, man. So it's one of the best things in life. It's fucking. Are you kidding me? You're fucking until you come everywhere, and she loves it, and she loves fucking. Like, bro, like sex is. Right now, I'm getting horny just talking about it, getting passionate because I know I love sex. Oh my god, like I'm missing that. I'm missing a lot of sex, man. A lot of sex, a lot of sexual fulfillment in my life. Oh my god. Like I've equated sex with thinking. Like sex is not about thinking anymore. Sex is about enjoyment. Let's accept it for what it is. Sex is two sexes, a man and a woman. You have fun, man. You do your thing. You have a fulfilling relationship. It is what it is. You know, that's sex. Well, yeah. So I just remember being mad, man. I don't remember being like. I just remember being mad. Man. I was furious, man. I could have killed somebody that day, man. I could have killed somebody that fucking day, bro. And she was eating McDonald's that day too. She was eating like fucking she 20 piece with large fries. She didn't give a fuck. For all I know, she may have been pregnant or some shit. Who knows? She wasn't fat, but she was like plumpy. She wasn't nowhere at all. She was just well fed. But hey, I don't know if she was pregnant. She may have been pregnant. Who knows? But yeah, man. And so the years would pass. 2018 came and left. Again, another lonely summer. Meaningless events, meaningless cookouts, meaningless 4th of July's. Just a lot of wandering around in the street. I literally used to wander around the street. I mean, I had my dog to walk. It wasn't that lonely, but that's what I would do. Walk my dog. Walk a lot, actually. In 2018, I worked every year. Then I worked. I was gonna work at Radio City Music Hall, but then I was like so honest about like stating that like I didn't know that they paid so good and so well at Madison Square Garden because I think that in 2015 they were paying about 1952 or something like that, 1962, and 3 years later it went up to 2154. So 2018 came along, and I was like, hey, like I got interviewed for another job. I might get picked. Hey, I might get picked for this job at a fucking shelter. I was like, okay, my guy, like, hey, give me back your paper, give me back your application. I just give back my application. They never called me back. I took this up 3 months at this. I took up this other job at this men's shelter. It was like the stupidest thing ever, man. I was there for like 2 months. I was going back to school, and I didn't like it. But yeah, I ended up leaving that job. And during this time, by the way, I was listening to a lot of Future Funk. If you know what Future Funk is, you know. I was listening to a lot of Future Funk. Then 2019 came around. I worked at another shelter for about literally 1 week. Left that job. Yeah. Then 2019 came around and I got my chance. I worked at New City Music Hall. And they were paying me very good money, man. I had weeks where I made a lot of money, man. Over ships, double ships. I must have made like $350, $370 in one day. I still have my pay stubs there, although they're digital. I had, I had like gap payments, so the payments would accumulate, and I would be sending like I will get deposits of $1,500, $700, $2,000, and I loved it. As I wear my uniform, they had a lunchroom, they did the show. And that was about it, man. And I love Radio City. They always kept me warm. We had our lunch breaks. We had, our time during the shows where we would work the gates. Then we would take our lunch break, and that was about it, man. And I did a lot of double shifts, a lot of overtime shifts. I worked a lot during those 2 months, but I did not stay for the rest of. I did not stay for 2020 or the rest of the season because that's when Corona hit. Corona hit. That's my life, man. I got even more fat. I got fatter. It was during that time, during in 2019 and 2018, I was fasting. So yeah, I did a lot of fasting and I lost some weight. Coronavirus hit. I started taking unemployment. I must have taken like at least $39,000 on unemployment in 2020 and 2021. I had a lot of unemployment money. Took it. I paid bills with that. I had a lot of fun with my nieces and nephews, taking them to the park, taking them to McDonald's, brought them toys, brought them paint, brought them bicycles and scooters. I started day trading. I invested in stocks. I wired $500, $1,800, $3,000 to a TD Ameritrade account. I had a nice trade on GME. Um, yeah, so coronavirus wasn't that bad for me. It wasn't. I mean, the first 2 months were because it fucking, it demolished, it fucking killed my esophagus. It fucking massacred my esophagus, and I started to like literally like spit out chunks, uh, fucking esophagus matter into my sink. It fucking ravaged with my fucking esophagus, my throat. But that was about it. During all this time, I can still breathe perfectly. But it almost killed my fucking esophagus. And I had a bad fucking fever. My fever would fucking it'll fucking peak to fucking 101, 110, 120. And then I will go down to like 90 degrees. I would go down below fucking normal body temperature. And that lasted for like at least two. Once that lasted, those pains lasted 1 month. But my esophagus was massacred until the summer. It was massacred. But then it left by the time it was August, and I had a lot of funds and unemployment. And I brought a laptop. I brought a modem or router. Hey, fuck Netgear. They're fucking crooks, man. they'll remotely disable your router if you don't have a fucking desktop to use it in. They'll disable that shit. They're fucking crooks and thieves, man. But yeah, so I would do that, and I would learn about the stock market. But the thing is that I wasn't too serious with it, because it's hard to like understand something by yourself. It's not like I was going to school for this. It was unemployment money. I got a lot of unemployment funds. Not only did I get unemployment funds, but I would also apply for a loan, for a bank loan, also known as the PPP. Because this is a business. You see this? This is a business right here. What you see that blow dryer and everything? I'm in a business right now. This is a business. You see, look, you see that blow dryer right there, that air dryer? This is a business, my guy. Look at that seat. So yeah, so I applied under a barbershop. I forgot the NAIC code. I applied. I did the taxes, and I applied for a $10.6 thousand loan. $10.6 thousand is a lot. That's a bundle cash like this fucking big, man. It's a lot of money. You can start a startup with that money. You can start a 6-figure business with that money if you're smart and if you know what you're doing. But yeah, man, I think that life has shown me how to really show my character, how to really show my mindset, how to show my soul, how to express my emotions, how to express my passionate emotions, how to, what I want out of life. I want sex, I want love, I want conversations. It's taught me that. It's taught me that more than anything. It's taught me not to think so much. Stop thinking so much. I think a lot. It's not good to think so much at all, especially in terms of sex and love. It's not good to think. Stop thinking so much, man. It's not good. Stop thinking how you come off, or because your dick is so hard that it's gonna poke through your pants. Stop thinking about that, man. But yeah, so I would spend the end of 20 since the rest of August to the rest of 2020 and 2021, I made $1,000 on GME, and then I lost a lot of it on AMC because I was still learning, so I lost a lot of money. I lost like $2,800. I think it was like 2,800, 2,700 on AMC, and then I will get like a nice refund. First, I got like a nice $150 refund on it, and then on the next trade, I got like $347 made on it. So I got a nice little refund on it. But yeah, then after that, I got a business loan. I got a business loan for 10.6K. But with that money, I should have got myself like a car, but I wasn't thinking like that. I wasn't thinking like that. I was 24 years old, getting all this experience and learning all these things and delving into business. So I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't thinking the optics and the social status that I would have if I got a car. I wasn't thinking like that. I was just focused on paying bills, paying the utility bills, keeping my niece and nephew fed, fulfilling their little toddler dreams, taking them to the park, and buy myself some sweats and some sneakers and a watch Seiko that I brought. And that was it. That was it, man. And I would go back to Radio City, but too many things were already on my mind. and I was as fat. I was fat, man. I got fat again during the virus. So, the clothes that I would wear, they wouldn't fit me. So I actually had to end up wearing black sweats as my slacks, but they were black enough where you couldn't tell that I was actually wearing them. But the shoes that I wear were like brown. They were like brown shoes, but they wanted to have either brown black sneakers or brown black shoes, and I didn't. I couldn't buy it on time. I didn't buy it on time. But and you know what happened in Radio City Music Hall? They shut down for another second time because of the stupid ass Delta virus. And so 2022 came around, another relationship presented itself towards me. You know what I did? You know I can spin a stick. Like I prayed before doing this. I spun a stick during this girl. Bro, I have fucking arranged marriages for me already. This is the fucking the reverse Twilight multi universe that I live in. This is the fucking, how do you call it? Backwards. This is backwards, man. It's just insane. So I spin this stick, like before, like when women want to fuck you, she was wearing these fishnet things, but she's like one of these women that was like, she's sophisticated, so she has to, just know. So yeah, I spun this stick and I like gave her coffee, but like I wasn't like practical about it. It was just stupid, and I ended up spinning the stick, and I ended up like 13 days at a fucking mental facility. I saw people that I wasn't gonna see anymore in my life for like 13 days, except for this one guy, this one old guy that like walks around in the street. What could I say, man? This is my life. And then in 2022, I ended up working. I ended up going back to security to make shit money. They started me off like at 1850, but obviously because you don't respect yourself to drag yourself into the situation, they don't respect you, man. They got me on 1650 again, man. They have me on 1650. That's insane, bro. How you go from 1850 to 1650, man? That makes no sense. It's because you don't respect yourself. So you can say all this shit. You can say all this bull crap. How you worked at Radio City and you made 2154, but you don't respect yourself, bro. Like they're not gonna respect you because you're obviously taking a $5 fucking pay cut to come work for these idiots. And for the fucking manager was hitting on me. She was like, "What do you do after work? Like, you want to fuck? Like, we can do it. Like, she's very comfortable with her sexuality, but she looked like one of these Jamaican, happy-go-lucky curls and suits, business suits with a turtleneck and skinny jeans and shit. She was like young, like 24, 25 or some shit, 26, the same age as me. And she was just there. She was living her life in a better situation. And then you got these other punks and assholes who work themselves the way up security and they're making good money and they live good lives and you're just seeing like how your life should be, but you don't respect yourself enough to stop and live in the moment so that you can also have these things. So I ended up quitting that job and so I did nothing. I was just reading my computer science books for the rest of the time. For I went into that job in June of 2022, and I left right at the end of August. I left.
I left. I quit the job, and even though there was like other opportunities that I could have taken, it just wasn't worth it. I mean, I'll go to buy stuff and to buy some wine. I love Morad. Morad passion fruit is the best, man. You drinking with some sparkly water. I have big plans for me, man. I really do. I just want my life to get better. But as a man, like sexually, for me to sexually function and like even like um even like just functioning as an adult, like it's hard like to be motivated without sex. Sex is a great motivator, and not to have it in your life is hard. It is tough. It's hard, man. I don't want to do. I already studied like a whole month to get my life only license. What am I supposed to do? Go read property and casualty on myself and do that, knock that out. Although I should be doing that, but it's just not easy without sex, man. There's a huge part of my life that is not fulfilled. That's has a huge hole in it, and it sucks, man. It really does. But it doesn't have to be that way. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be that way. But right now, my mom is not here. She's in Dominican Republic. What does a normal day look like for me? I get up. My niece is up. My mom is up. She goes, plays her little fucking numbers, her little lottery numbers, which is something that's not, it's not. I'm like Bishop, but that's not gonna change. I could be go living my life, and she would still do those things. But she goes, tells me to do some errands, go buy some stuff for her in the supermarket, or go pick up, every once in a while, go pick up my niece and nephew from school. And, I will be reading not reading because I already passed it in June, but right now it just gives me time to reflect and, look at what I want for myself for the next few years before I turn 30. If I want kids, if I want to be in a relationship, I want to fuck. 'Cause I need sex, man. I'm in the desert, man. I'm as boring as it gets. And you know what really works for libido? Horny goat wheat works, man. That really works. It's really good for libido. For your respiratory system, beetroot extract works. For your bones, and for your brain, iodine works. For your bones and your cartilage, zinc works. And it's good. And bone broth works good. I take bone broth in pill form, so I take empty capsules and I fill it up with bone broth, and that gets rid of a lot of um, pain in my knees. It gets rid of it for the whole day virtually. But yeah, man. So I stopped working, and that's all I got. Is just that's my trading experience. That one trade that I took on GME that made me $1,000 that I would lose, and that business loan that I took out. And I've had like 300 credit cards with $300 limits, $400 limits on it. What I only paid back like four times, and that was it. And then my credit score has dropped significantly ever since not paying it. My credit score right now is like at 452. It's terrible. It's trash. I don't know, but yeah, it's not the end. It never is the end, for anybody. But it feels good to express myself. I'm just ready to be happy, man. I only have good things to live for. God has only blessed me with good experiences and a good life. You know, yeah. So yeah, so I was spending 2021 doing that, 2022, and that shitty ass job. I quit that job,
and I stood back home and I would do these little videos, but I would do them off camera, kind of like off YouTube Live. But maybe you can look at this video and you can see what it is to actually be me and like actually like know me a little bit, because you don't know me, but at least you get to look into my unfiltered past, into my unfiltered life, into my unfiltered mindset. But yeah, these days, man, I just wake up. I have my laptop. I turn it on. I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube. I drink some coffee. I do some home cooked meals. I usually do beans, a lot of beans, potatoes, onions, and tomatoes. I'll shove it up good, man. I'll shove it up like a motherfucker. I do scrambled egg with fried potatoes or beans or chili beans, no beef. I'll make a mean ass. It's like Mexican beans. That's how it tastes. And I usually make like how many servings? I usually make like at least like 5 servings. So I usually eat nothing else during the day, but like I will eat like this 5 serving pot full of beans with potatoes, onions, uh, beans, tomatoes, and corn. I add corn to it, and that's what I've been eating. Nothing else. That's what I've been eating, and the occasional Big Mac and large fries from McDonald's. That's what I eat. I might eat it later today because I want to watch my diet. Today I can like not eat nothing. I'll be just fine. I'm not gonna die. I've got. You see how fat I am? I'm huge. I should be losing some weight, getting my dick sucked. Like that, like in porn. When they suck, when you get your dick sucked in porn, they're just the freakiest, and they kiss the sides of your dick. That's the best, man. That's the most fulfilling feeling ever, man. Getting your meat sucked like a lollipop. Getting the life sucked out of you, man. That's what I'm up for right now at this age. But yeah, yeah, man. Uh, yeah, man. I mean, I got my life insurance license, but that's about it. So trading, I've experienced trading stocks. You know, I had a business loan and a life insurance. So these things are already set out for me, man. They already know what type of life I want. God already has things set out for you. If I can speak to a camera for 4.5 hours, I can definitely sit down and do that little 5 day um life dashboard training shit for the fucking company that I was supposed to get hired by. You know, if I came this far, I should be able to knock it down. It's so depressing, man. It's so depressing. Like I don't want to do it because you know, I just don't want to do it because this is so depressing, man. This is just listening to this guy, to this white guy with his fucking American accent, just speak and speak and speak. It's just so depressing, man. It's just so fucking depressing. I just don't want to do it, man. Especially without any love, without sex, without any inspiration, without. Come on, man. I've had enough, man. I really do. Yeah. Oh my god. I just want a big ass load, a big ass cum shot, man. And having a woman on doggy style, man. She's just bouncing off the fucking walls. Oh my god. I just have a lot of sexual thoughts. Just a lot of sexual thoughts just running through my mind right now, man. Oh my god. I just really want to bust my nut, man. That's all I want to do, man. But yeah, man, I'm still here, still alive. Got my life insurance license a month ago, a month and a half ago. I'm trying to see, I'll see what I can do if I can do that. Pull through these 5 days and do that stupid ass training that I had to do before I meet my first client. And I'll see if I can get my property and casualty license as well. And then hopefully pursue my life accident and health. And from there on, my Series 7, my SIE, and Series 65, Series 64, and Series 55, 54, some shit like that. Yeah, we'll see what I do, where I'll go from there, I have nothing to be grateful for, life just keeps, either way I have my downfall, life keeps, it's just steady and it's quite reasonable, you know. So I feel kind of good not eating sometimes to admit. The thing is that I just don't have a lot of juice right now. I don't have juice or soda. I just have a lot of nasty ass tap water that tastes like shit. I don't know what Biden's government is doing, but my tap water is starting to taste like shit, man. It doesn't taste as clean anymore. What fucking Mayor Adams is doing with that fucking water? Or tap water tastes like shit. But yeah, man, you'll see me, man, next year, and hopefully I'll leave this negative fucking just not I wouldn't say I wouldn't put like I wouldn't define it, but just in a better situation. That's like a totally 180, 360 with just these little 4.5 hours speaking to this camera. Because I do have a lot to live for. And you can see me on Instagram, the New Age Theory _. That's my old Instagram. You get to see my old political, glamour advertisement that I used to do. Old political propaganda, I guess. The stuff that I'm into that made me fulfilled and happy. As you know, I did used to trade stocks. I have experience doing that. I've had, done a little bit of HTML and CSS. I barely have I barely have done JavaScript, but that's because JavaScript is a little bit harder, and it's like there's like real mathematics, there's real like programming behind it. JavaScript is also used for backend mostly and front end, but it's a lot. JavaScript is a lot. It's a lot of intuitive. It's a very intuitive language, which makes it even harder because you have to logically and intellectually think about, how is it that you're going to make this function or formula or if statement, a while loop, or just write a script in general. But yeah. So this is my life. Uh, just I have a lot of freedom. It's not that I don't have any freedom. It's just that it's not. It kind of life kind of gets difficult when you're like a little too strong for your own self. I'm like a prisoner, man. It's like I can be 10 years in jail at home. in the city, 27 with no sex. I'm in jail, bro. Like, how is that possible? Like, I should be busting a nut at 8 p.m. every day after she cooks me dinner or weed out, you know. But, I'm still pushing, I still have a lot of positive things going on in my life. I may be a little bit too strong for my own good, like not being in a relationship. It has affected me as an individual, as a man. But I know God is going to give me those things because I have nothing to fear. I have nothing to. I've done nothing, bro. I've done nothing but breathe air. So, like Everclear. I made that shit very clear. I'll never forget it, the way she said it. I just like blacked out, bro. I was just so young and naive and so blind as to what life and love is. But yeah, this is me at 27. You know, we'll just play this little song and, I'll stop the live.